Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 10 allies. We're going up against 31 enemies. Quite a few of them will end up being epics, so that will be interesting. Sigma's in first place. Muckle Writing is in second. Marvin takes over second. Muckle Writing's in third. Yeah, I don't see us winning this. Oh, yeah, this is gonna be rough. And wait, what are you going for? You have this is considered an ally? Really? That's that makes no sense to me. Of course, we're going to do this again. Alrighty, so hard battle on the way to the gold chest. Okay, so we only have one serious one to protect. I believe I have another Templar. Gotta give you a soul. I need to kill chess pieces, so yeah, I mean they're all on this side, so alright. It is past 8 a.m. Time for me to visit the shop where flying rogues get purchased. I am above 20k. I get a refresh. Ooh. I'm above 25k. I get another refresh, and that is that. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. Why aren't you giving me the button? There we go. And checking on the viewer side, still below 50k, so I am not doing any of that. Alrighty, so welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good start to the week, that you are energized for the rest of it. My week started well. Decent writing yesterday. This morning I spent my morning working on my keyboard. It amuses me that multiple systems to configure keyboards like this aren't compatible. So one that is very, very convenient will not do a component that I kind of need my keyboard to do. Basically adjust the cursor speed. My cursor speed is way too fast, especially with Windows, every so often resetting it without telling me. So and that needs a manual coding system. So yeah, it's been interesting. Alrighty. This morning, as with every Tuesday, it is read and corrects on my part. For those who are new to this, these are when I read chapters from my stories and correct them as I go. I record those, so while this is happening, I will be ignoring the chat and addressing whatever is said after the fact. And should the recording run long, the stream or the battle will be delayed. To minimize the chances of things getting delayed, I'm going to start right now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm. I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 42 of the captain's heart. Jeremy woke late, but fully rested and without a memory of his dreams, which he considered a good sign. He rushed his breakfast, figuring he'd eat at the Calcarian cafeteria if he got hungry before lunch. He'd noticed how they didn't seem to have fixed times to eat. The technicians left and returned as needed. As needed. I don't need the they. As needed. Put the cube in his tool bag, then headed out. There had been no sign someone had gone through his things, but he still wasn't putting that past Omar and the commander. Mr. Bradshaw, the commander called just as the door to Curic's section of the station came into view. I'm glad I caught you. Fought the urge to run. Not only would that give away he knew what was going on, but he wasn't giving the man the satisfaction of knowing how unsettled having him show up now made Jeremy. Made him. Commander, isn't this far from your office? Are you saying some part of the stations are off limit to me? The man smiled, but Jeremy had trouble not hearing the threat in the words. No, of course not. It's just that... that what? What can I do for you? You can tell me that you're fine, for starters. I had a report this morning that you left the ship rather late, like in the middle of the night. Of course, they kept track of his coming and goings. Fuck. He'd been stupid to think that because there hadn't been anyone around, the sensors weren't recording his movement. His chuckle sounded so forced, he was surprised the commander didn't call him out on it. Well, I don't know if you know, but I can be something of a workaholic. I get into my work and lose track of time. And that's what happened last night? Yes, of course, Yurita replied. I'm glad to hear that. For a moment, I was worried the cats weren't letting you leave unless you'd done what they wanted. Did he know? Suspect? Stay with me. His tongue was like sandpaper. No, they wouldn't do that. I just lost track of time. Good. Don't let those cats force you to do anything, especially not sacrificing your health for them. You are a valued member of this community. I need you to remember that. I'd hate to lose you to something as needless as you letting some cat drive you too hard. Drive you too hard. He fucking knew. I'm careful. I'm glad. I won't keep you any longer, but be sure not to stay till late today. He watched the commander walk away, utterly uncertain what to do. He wanted to go hide in his quarter, grab the man and demand to know what right he had to try to control his life. He wanted Growler's arm around him to feel safe in them. Get a grip, he whispered. He had a job to do. Whatever else was happening, that was a certainty. He'd do that until the reactor was repaired, or he didn't want to think of the alternatives. He didn't want to believe either of the men would go that far, but they were using mind control. Was there anything they wouldn't do if they felt it no longer worked? Turek grabbed the circuit out of Jeremy's hand before he placed it into the reactor's panel. Isn't this one for the interior of the reactor? No, those are... He located the stack he'd taken this one from. With a sigh, he grabbed the circuit out of Turek's hand. Then it was no longer in his before he could throw it at the other there. The technician stepped out of reach, again holding it. You're fast. Turek smiled and gave a small nod of the head. Okay, I need to add why he's out of it, because he's already slept well, so he's not that. He grabbed the circuit of Turek and... I'm going to remove this side because that does not really match the fact that he was about to throw it. All right, let's see about that. No, those are, you located this. Actually, this should be an extra period here, capitalized. He located a stack he'd taken this from, cursing inwardly. The commander's word had been bouncing in his head, obviously distracting him. He grabbed the circuit out of Thurrock's hand, then it was no longer in his before he could throw it at the others. At the pile. At the pile! The technician stepped out of his reach, again holding it. They're fast. Turek smiled and gave a small nod of the head. Go. I'm also not leaving my work to be with him. He'll be here after the shift. I'm going to work until then. And set everything back days. Whatever is happening, Jeremy, you are making errors any technician leaving the learning center wouldn't make. You need rest. Okay. Well, okay, yeah. You need rest. He meaning it not in the level of sleep, but just walking away. What I need is for everyone to fucking stop telling me what to do. Silence fell within engineering and he felt eyes on him. Get back to work, he ordered, uncaring if they didn't understand him. This isn't you. He wanted to grab the Kelsarian by the throat and shake him until he stopped looking after him like some... Fuck. What was wrong with him? Wrong. Really? That? He summoned the box, but hesitated. Was what he felt the result of the ultrasonics, or what had been done to him? Or had the commander so overwhelmed him that he couldn't tell what he was feeling right now? This didn't have the oozing sense he'd gotten from what caused his stomach to protest. It wasn't even voicing an opinion, which made him inclined to think he was just out of it for the moment, at the moment. He was reluctant to use the box for something he felt. Maybe if he didn't have the time to deal with it, calming himself, but there was no urgency here. It took a full minute until his breathing settled. He could feel himself at the trigger's edge, but he didn't expect to explode from being contradicted, which Turek's expression said he should prepare himself for. I'm here to work. You aren't working, you are stressing. Yes, I've had a less than great morning, but that doesn't mean I can. You can. You are the engineer. You are in charge of this. It is only a place. It doesn't dictate what you do. Alex would send any of us home to rest if we made the mistakes I have kept you from making. I thought Alex was some hard-nosed guy who worked you until you dropped. Jeremy could see Thurrock's working through the use of colloquial language. No, he demands we work well. That means that we have to know when we can't work well. He would send you to your heart. But the reactor will not stop existing because you aren't thinking about it. But it isn't going to be repaired in the state you are. You are being stubborn, Jeremy, or scared. I don't know which. The thought he was scared irked him. It didn't matter that he was, somewhat. That Thurrock had picked up on it irked him. The Kelsarian approached him and slowly placed a hand on his arm. As your friend, Jeremy, I am asking you to go to him. Put everything out of your mind but him and how relaxed he makes you. One day will not make a difference. Jeremy chuckled. You sure relaxed is what he makes me feel? Turek smiled. Whatever he makes you feel when you are with him, it leaves you relaxed when you return. He couldn't believe Turk had gone there, that he had implied that's what happened. That isn't my concern. Just go to him. But you aren't giving me a choice, are you? No. You wouldn't treat Alex this way, I'm sure of it. Alex is a reasonable male. I wouldn't have to treat him this way. Fine, I'll go to him. He headed for the archway. Don't come complaining if something happens while I'm not here. Turek said nothing, and Jeremy had to keep walking. He made it 3 intersections after the second turn before he was calm enough to admit to himself he had no idea where he was. Thurix was going to be unhappy about him returning to engineering, but it was the only place he knew on the ship. Actually, okay, it's not the place he knew. He knew how to get to on the ship. Or thought he knew. He decided when he looked at a door where the archway should have been. He retraced its step. It had been 4 intersections, a turn, 2 more, another turn, and no archway. He attracted gazes everywhere he went, but no one stopped him, or even questioned him, or tried to. What were the odds anyone here knew English? When his next attempt led him to a public restroom, he gave up. Can you help me? He asked the closest Kelsarian. She, maybe? Paused and said something. Growler, I need to... That wasn't his name. Just what he'd agreed to answer for Jeremy. She? He was confident this was a woman. Unhooked an earpiece from the collar and placed and attached it to her ear. Then tapped something on a tablet and spoke. She nodded, spoke again, and smiled at him. Although, if he hadn't already been acclimated to the toothy smile Kelsarian gave, he might have tried to leave. He knew assistance had arrived by the cut of the Kelsarian's vest and pants. The guards at the entrance wore the same kind of thicker, more solid-looking clothing. You are Jeremy. The word had a bite to them that made him think the man hadn't practiced his English much. Yes, I'm trying to get to the captain. Your heart. His ears burned, and he wished he couldn't hear the capital H. They made it sound like it was some special thing. Yeah. He spoke to the woman, and she nodded, told Jeremy something, then left. Come. What did she tell me? She wished you happiness and, he searched, pleasures. Jeremy's ears burned again. Jeremy thought the corridor was familiar as his guide stopped before a door. He tapped the panel, then waited. Someone spoke, and he answered, smiling at Jeremy. The door opened shortly after that, and Growler, utterly disheveled, not looking entirely awake and holding a vest over his crotch, stared at him. I said I'd get you after the shift. He told something to the man, who nodded, then left. Thurek didn't give me a choice about coming to see you. Don't be angry at him. He kept me from blowing up the reactor at least twice before that. My head isn't in my work right now. Sorry for waking you. Don't be sorry for wanting to be with me. He moved out of the way and Jeremy entered. Then Growler headed for the hall and Jeremy got a knifeful of the Kelsarian's ass, firm with a trail of dark fur going from the top of the crack to under his mane. Then it disappeared into a door and he chased after it, only to stop in the opening on seeing the bed and having visions of what would happen in it. His stomach protested loudly and he couldn't quite get himself to tell it to shut up. The idea of sex with him was enticing, but also scary. Come on. Growler motioned to the bed with his free hand. I can't. I'm not. Growler stared at him. I'm not ready for sex. What? He looked around, and where they were seemed to register as the fact he was barely covering himself with his vest. I thought we could snuggle and watch ballads. Okay, but I'm not getting naked. Fuck, the idea had him hard, but he was terrified that in that state he wouldn't be able to stop himself from doing more, and he shoved the oozing disgust in the box. But his feeling remained utterly mixed about it. I'll get dressed. Growler grabbed the pants with a hand and nearly dropped the vest to put them on. Jeremy's heart beat so fast at the glimpse of the tip of the Kelsarian's penis. That it was that high meant he was excited too, or that they were built completely differently than humans down there. And try as he might, Jeremy couldn't decide which was more exciting. Growler left the room and returned wearing the pants. He sat on the edge of the bed. Like Queric's. It was circular. A shallow bowl This one was larger. He motioned for Jeremy to approach, and he did. You aren't getting naked, Growler said, but can I get you shirtless? I like the feel of your skin. Jeremy was out of it faster than he thought possible. Growler placed his nose close to the skin and breathed in. I love how you smell. You might be smelling how horny I am. The expression was surprise. Look, I want to. I jerked off to the idea this morning, and I can't believe I just told you that. But I'm also terrified, and I can't tell if it's what they did to me or because I've never done it. I just know that as much as I want to, I'm not sure I could keep myself from running away if I want it, Growler said, but only once you are ready. Until then, all I want is to hold you, smell you, nuzzle you, and kiss you. Pulled him close, and their lips touched. Jeremy closed his eyes, moaned when the tongue passed his lip, then screamed in fright as he was pulled forward and he fell on top of Growler, and then tumbled into the center of the bed. Bastard. I lost my balance. Growler protested, licking Jeremy's lips. I don't think you're that easy to unbalance. You have thrown my entire world out of balance, Jeremy, and I'm thankful for it. They kissed again, and again. And that concludes chapter 42 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty, so that's one done. And oh, right, I need to change that. When I only have I sent out 2 chapters yesterday to my co-scriptor. It's going to be PDF. But yeah, this is what I mean. The cursor's just a little too fast. Even when I'm not walking. When I'm walking, it's impossible to use because I don't have steady. I'm realizing that it may never be stable enough to slow enough to use because I don't have a way to stabilize my hands, which I'm realizing is part of what the regular trackball gave me, because my hand rested completely on that, settling my thumb as I work, so it was more stable. All right. Hey James, welcome to the stream. Enjoy your lurk. December 7th. This is going to be 10th. Oh, and welcome to the stream, Trauma. Sorry for not um, reacting to your arrival. Well, not being there when you arrived and not reacting to you being there sooner than this. Enjoy your lurk. Consider yourself hugged back, James. Actually, I'm on. You may not be seeing that. I'm in advertising. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 25 allies. We're going up against 26 enemies. Hopefully, this will go more in our favor this time. Alright, so Muckle Riding's in first place. Spider Pop is in second, is in third as Wendrog takes over first. Am I getting kills? Kills. 4, 3. Well, I'll take them. I need, oh! Wait, what? Okay. I guess then that means just causing damage to them, even if I don't kill them. Alrighty, Montre is in first place, 7 killed, 3 assists. JR 926 is in second place, 2 killed, 3 assists. And Wendrog is in third, tied with SPC 3D, 4 kills each. We've got healers, we've got musketeers. We have no one claiming them at this time, so Muckle Riding gets the musketeer. Wendrog gets healed, and we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. Where? Oh, kill armored unit. Do we have armored unit in here to kill? I am not seeing armored. Well, therefore, we're gonna go here. Yeah, because otherwise it's just placing. So, ready. And we're gonna put down Archer. Sorry, flying around with Archer Soul. And, yeah, you know what? We're gonna go here. I'll have to remember to put high ground there. And, right, clear a quest. Come on. And, half an hour to see how this turns out. And, oh, thank you. Welcome to the stream, the Lady Right. Thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream? How's your day coming along? Hello, Nix. Hello, Mariachi. I hope everyone is doing well. This morning, it's a read and correct for me. It's a little busy, so I'm going to jump into it right now. I'm actually going to try to get 2 chapters. They're on the short side within this half hour, within this battle. So I am going to start now with the turning off the micro. Oh, and consider yourself hugged back, James. Turning it by confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen, making sure I have the right image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all. Hey, Fni again, welcome to the stream. I'm doing read and correct, so I'll start the recording, and I'll be back chatting once I'm done. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 43 of The Captain's Heart. A A swing, a block, a parry, a grab at his opponent's neck, disengage, and shoved back. You want to talk about it? Berlin said while Grelgaran regained his footing. He snarled. He left. He attacked, punched. Punches and kicks, grabbed to bring vital points within reach of his teeth. Jeremy had just left after admitting the commander was suspicious. He'd refused Grelgaran's offer of protection because the station was his home. He'd wanted to roar, grab him, throw him in a cell until the hunt was done, and to the gods with whatever conflict the Earthers tried to make of it. Jeremy just didn't seem to grasp what it meant to Grelgaran that he was his heart. That should be capitalized. How was he supposed to live without him? Now that he had found him, how could Jeremy even contemplate putting something as meaningless as home ahead of his heart? Block, parry, step back, block, jump, block, attack, bite, rip. Ow! Okay, there's clearly more to that than him just running to his quarters to sleep. He spat the foam that was part of the protection collar Brian wore onto the mat his face rested against. They both wore one to keep claws from inadvertently digging into the neck and causing damage instead of just practicing at doing so. How am I supposed to keep him safe when he goes away? He pulled at the arm she held against his back. She twisted and he bit back the pain. Do you have so little faith in him? He's an earther. He's your heart. Do you think the gods would have put it in someone who didn't match you? You don't understand. Fear took the fight he had left. They got to him before me. Did things to his mind. He didn't even know me when we first saw each other. And now he's choosing them over me. I thought... The hope he had trouble holding on was a lump in his throat. What if he picks them over me? She relaxed the hold, but he didn't have the strength to take advantage of it. Do you really think he'd do that? She let go. He rolled onto his back. I don't know what to think. If it wasn't for Quirigral, I don't know that what... Who's that? Our ambassador on the station. So they put someone there to help him. His protest died on his tongue. He hadn't considered that. That Quirigral hadn't found himself on the station at random, but because they had meddled. His fear didn't vanish entirely. The mail was only that. He'd already made mistakes that had delayed Jeremy recognizing him, of them being together. But, if not for him, being someone Jeremy could go to for help, would he have gotten to hold him, smell him, kiss him? Even if it was only just M&BM, the gods were meddling in his favor at the moment. He had to believe that with her help, he would have his heart. I just wish she told me what her plan was, other than driving me insane. She offered him her hand. We've all wished that at one time or another. She pulled him up and hugged him. Also remember, you have friends who will support you. The gods might not always be felt, but we are here. We are always here. He clung to her until he felt her hand against his chest. When she shoved him away, he retook the fighting stance. She smiled. Now, let's see how you do if you aren't distracted. He looked at his reflection. Pitiful was the descriptive that popped into his head, with his mane matted down from the shower and his fur still damp. He should finish trying. Find a good scent, put on dancing clothes, and... He had no interest in the clubs. If he couldn't have Jeremy, he shook his head. He wasn't a cub. He could live without his heart at his side. He hadn't lost him. He was just on the station, probably enjoying his evening with friends. Or maybe he was sleeping. He had no idea how the Earther clock lined up with theirs at the moment. At the very least, he should finish grooming himself. The door buzz was a surprise, but welcome distraction. He opened it to find Tom holding a box with a picture of a Storak frolicking on it, along with Lil Mary next to him. I've heard, Tom said, handing the box of sweets to him, that someone is in need of cheering up. He pushed Gregoran out of his way. I brought the pack. Little Mary followed him, then Crystal, Miritel, Litamir, Brelin, and Dresden. He looked out when no one followed the therapist. Did you call the entire ship? We'd have dragged you to a club if that was how we decided to deal with you. And dressed as you are, Crystal said, grinning, I'm sure all the males there would enjoy you. I certainly would, Dresden said. Litamir nodded in accord. And we'd be arrested for inappropriate behavior in public, he replied. Sex isn't allowed in the clubs. You're their alpha, little Mary said dismissively. You can tell them not to bother us. And as the captain, Tom added, taking glasses out of the cupboard, you can designate the club as a leisure area. Gregoran crossed his arm over his chest. Would you really follow a captain, an alpha, who abused his authority like that? Miritel walked by him and slapped his ass. Relax. We're here, not there. This is private. We can do whatever we want to make you feel better. He raised the box. Is lowering my inhibition really a good idea? You can be all stern and severe tomorrow, Tom said, opening the bottle he took from Berlin. Tonight, you get to be in a ballad. You are the hero, deprived of his heart. We are the god's agent, reminding you that there is life even when your heart isn't there. He chuckled at the echo of his earlier thought and joined Crystal and Dresden on the seat. She took the box from him, clawed the seal, and opened it. Tom, now undressed, stretched over their laps. Let the revelry begin. Gregoran nuzzled Litamir, and the male snuggled closer, hand moving down with a barely awake moan. Gregoran bit into the gray-furred shoulder as the orgasm hit. Then the exhaustion claimed him again. Licking. So many tongues on him. So much pleasure. Gregoran stretched. He couldn't remember the last time he'd felt so relaxed. Ouch, someone protested. Careful with the claws. Berlin looked over Dresden's shoulder. His foot was against her ass, the stretching extending his claws. Sorry. Part of Miritel was over his right arm. Crystal was holding onto his left leg. Tom was pressed against his left side, his body under and over some of the others. The night was a mist of sensations. He cursed the gods, the Arthur, the Federation. He'd cried in fear of never seeing Jeremy again, of never getting to hold him again. He'd been comforted, held, loved. The worry loomed again, but it was muted behind a reminder he was still alive. He had friends to look after him. He might have to fight, but the situation would be resolved. He simply hoped that he did so with Jeremy at his It did so with Jeremy at his side. More complaints as he extricated himself from under and over the others, while his bed was technically large enough for the eight of them. It never made for an easy exit. He took care of business and exited the toilet to find little Mary in the shower. He joined her and they washed each other. Miritel joined them, and when washed, he left them. He studied his reflection. Hopeful was the term that popped into his mind. His mane was matted with water, his fur wet, but those were things that could be addressed. Problems could be solved, not always perfectly, but solutions always existed. He dried and groomed himself. He rubbed muzzle with a not quite awake Tom on his way to the closet and dressed. Leaving? Little Mary said, standing in the shower room's doorway. I'm the captain. There's only so much shirking of my duties I can do. He rubbed muzzle with her. Thank you for this. I didn't realize how much I needed the reminder to live. Don't forget, we're here whenever you need it. I'll do my best. Thank Tom for me. She licked her lips. That will be my pleasure. He left his friends to, however, they decided to wake up and headed for the bridge. He was almost there when his tablet buzzed. The name of who was calling him put him on alert, and he made the decision on the spot. Hunter Turok Selminial, what do you have to report? Jeremy hasn't arrived. And that concludes chapter 43 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, and I will start the next one immediately. It's short, so hopefully not too much delay, and it won't cause too much problem. All right, confirming microphone is on. Desktop audio is off. I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. Starting the recording, and I'll see you all when I get back. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 44 of The Captain's Heart. Jeremy wanted to sleep, but couldn't. The bench in the cell wasn't particularly comfortable to sit on, so sleeping wouldn't be great, but it was his fear of what might happen if he let his mental guard down and the ultrasonics went to work on him. Went to unrestrained work on him. The cube had been the first thing security had taken out of his tool bag when they put him under arrest. For his own good, they reassured him. He'd been reminded of one of his friends, telling him and the others of someone being escorted by security because they'd come down with the sickness. Now he had to reevaluate what that had been. Had they been someone like him who'd come to realize what was done to them? Would he be shipped back to Earth for treatment too? Within minutes of stepping into the cell, he'd known that it had ultrasonics broadcasting. His stomach started bothering him as he wondered what Growler would make of his disappearance, and he'd use the box to calm it. He hadn't left. He hadn't left on the best of terms. Somehow the idea that Jeremy still considered the station home hadn't sat well with the Calcarian, that he'd insisted on returning there even knowing the commander was suspicious. Keeping his stomach settled had become tougher as the hours passed, and he'd resorted to not thinking about Growler or the Calcarians to minimize the pain when the box only diminished the discomfort instead of removing it. He went over designs for one of the many devices he had saved in his drafting table. He even started on an entirely original design for control boards, incorporating what he'd seen in the Calcarian reactor. And that had started a fight to keep him from doubling over. Sleep, he quickly decided, would be handing himself over to the commander and... Jeremy, Omar said, entering the brig. You have no idea how happy I am to see you're here again. So happy you waited hours after I was arrested to visit? He immediately regretted the belligerent tone toward his friend and reminded himself said friend was working with the commander. I have patience. I wanted to come sooner, but I couldn't sacrifice their well-being for yours. He rolled his eyes, then locked them on the other men. Oh, yeah, my well-being. He motioned to the bar, separating them. It's so well served in here. You don't understand. We can't risk those cats having gotten their claws into your head, Jeremy. Their claws aren't in my head. Although Growler's claws through his hair had been... He doubled over in pain. Jeremy, here. The hand through the bar held a pill bottle. Fuck off, Omar. I don't want your mind control drugs. He envisioned the circuits. The circuits, asymmetric, with the chips on the right in a pleasant wave pattern instead of carefully lined up. As the pain diminished, he summoned the box and shoved the oozing pain in it. There for your stomach pain, Jeremy. You know that. Yeah. And what about those drugs that make me more susceptible to instructions? How are they for my stomach? I don't know. I had them analyzed on the Kelsian ship, Omar. And don't fucking try to tell me they had any reason to lie to me about what they do. I wish you hadn't done that. Oh, I'm sure you wish I hadn't done a lot of things at this point. I know what it looks like, Jeremy. But them and this, it's for your own good. You're sick and I am not sick. He stood against the bar. I'm perfectly normal. There was nothing wrong with him. He didn't want anything to do with men. He pushed away from the bars, away from Omar, putting his back to him and shoving those thoughts into the box. He was normal. Wanting Growler was normal for him. He was his heart. Fuck. He should have stayed on the ship. When he sat on the bench, he made sure not to show any of the effect that made it out of the box. Whoa. Okay. That needs to be reworked. Any effects? Show how what made it out of the box affected him. Omar pulled a chair and sat too. This is why we don't tell anyone, Jeremy. It's why we go to extreme measure to have them believe it's something else. Encephalothrometapill Darminal is fucking insidious. It twists your mind until you can't know what's healthy and what isn't. If liking other guys is so fucking wrong, how is it every species in the Federation has them? Then you surprised Omar, and he took some satisfaction in that. But the man was quickly over it. I can't speak to other species and what they think's normal, but we have centuries of research, Jeremy. Humans aren't like that. Anytime someone's been like that, their lives has been a nightmare. Theirs and the people around them until they die in horrible ways. You can't want that for your friends. For me, I get how their lives are a nightmare. He motioned to the cell. This isn't exactly pleasant. I know, and I'm sorry. If I had acted sooner, you wouldn't be so far gone that we had to resort to this. But I told myself I was just imagining it, that the way you were pushing me away was just what you told me, stress of bad days. I hate myself for not being clinical, chuckled. It's what I get for getting close to a patient, I guess. This isn't on you. Jimmy rubbed his temple, wishing the mounting headache went away. I should have come to you with what was happening instead of going to... The stomach twisted, and he saw himself on Querig's bed, the man touching him, telling him what was going on. He glared at Omar, who looked at him as if waiting for him to finish the thought. It was the doctor's fault. Jimmy had nothing to apologize for. He was the one being manipulated. Was the man even his friend, or had it all been a way to keep him under control? I'm normal. He forcefully kept his stomach from reacting. I want growl. He doubled over. Forced himself to glare at Omar. I'm not going to give in to this. He swallowed and summoned the box. There was so much of that oozing pain, he didn't think it would fit, but it diminished so he could straighten. Omar looked to be in as much pain as Jeremy felt. I know this feels wrong. And I wish I could tell you it's never going to feel like this again. But now that you know the truth, it's going to be a constant battle. The temptation of how good it feels to give in won't go away. You're going to have to come up with ways to keep yourself in check instead of only relying on your medication. The smile was pained. I wish I'd managed to save you from this, Jeremy. You're too good of a person. Too good of a person to deserve this kind of suffering. Jeremy stared at the man, tried to make sense of what he said. What he understood was that he had a fight ahead of him, but his friends would be there to help him and he would be able to have a normal... What are you doing to me? He was normal. What they did to him was wrong. If at least they told him, explained things to him, let him choose this, then maybe... Fuck! He glared at Omar, who didn't have the decency of looking smug. He looked confused, as if he didn't know what was going on, as if he wasn't the architect of Jeremy's pain. The man stood. I think it's best if I leave you alone for a while. He considered the bottle of pills, then reached between the bars and to place it on the shelf. I know you feel persecuted, but if you'll just take your medication, Jeremy, everything will improve. As soon as the door closed behind Omar, Jeremy grabbed the bottle and threw it into the disposal. He couldn't afford the temptation. He needed to remain focused, to remain himself until... Was there any point? Was anyone coming to save him? And that concludes chapter 44 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. Hey, Akla, welcome to the stream. I hope you have a good day too. Hello again, Fney again. Hello, Duchess. Got to run for a few minutes. The stream goes well. Thank you very much. I need to hydrate. The day is moving. Very cool. I am glad to hear that. Time. Then some varnish. Need to need the smell to get away from your brain. I don't actually know what can help with that. Going to Lurg to seek food. All right. Good luck. Enjoy the food. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. No, I did it correctly. Cool. Al. How did I not write up the... Okay, well, actually, this one, I know why I might not have done it. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 36 allies. We're going up against 46 enemies. And we are off. Astromage is in first place. JR is in second. Montre is in third. QWiz takes over third place. Montre is in second. Maven Maverick takes over third. Montre takes over first. Astromage is in first again. Montre is in second. Maven is in third. Oh, are we going to get a few more? No, oh, no, these guys cannot change. Oh, I see. All right, well, let's wait for them to come to us. And there we go. We're done. We've won. Montre is in first place, 14 kills. Astromage is in second place, 13 kill. JR926 is in third, 10 kill, 1 assist. We have Barbarians, Centurions, and Bombers, and no one currently claiming any of those. So, Astromage gets Barbarian, Saffron Moonpire gets Shielded, Treffy Flipper gets Bomb. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. What do I need to do? Kill armor. Do we have armored in here? We have armored. So puppy goes for a walk. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. And, all right. Last Captain's Heart chapter this morning. All right. So, I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 45 of The Captain's Heart. Establish contact, with the station, he told the hunter. At the comm station as he entered, Hunter Turok Salminial asked them where Jeremy is. He made a circle with a claw when the hunter at comm looked at him, a symbol to broadcast the conversation. This is command, an earther said. This is Technician Turok Salminial. What can I do for you, Technician? Engineer Jeremy Bradshaw was scheduled to arrive, but hasn't. I seek to know what is delaying him. Maybe he's sleeping in? The engineer is dedicated to his work. When he decides to take a rest, he informs us. He hasn't contacted me to say that he wouldn't be here for this shift. I need to know what has happened to him. The tone surprised Galgeran. He was aware the hunter had become close to Jeremy through their work, but the growl spoke of him considering a close friend. I need to check with someone about this. We're still connected, the hunter at comm said. Who is this? A female demanded, tone severe. I am Technician Turok Salminial. I'm inquiring after... You can stop. He's not showing up. He is needed to... I don't care. I'm telling you, he's not showing up. Get over it. They terminated the connection. What were they up to? Contact them again. I will be the one talking. This is command, a different male said. This is Galgeran Salahar El Havnir, captain of the Brave Traveler. I need to speak with your commander. I'm sorry, but I don't care. He bared his teeth. I will speak with him. He will speak with me now, or I will find him and have this conversation in person. When the image switched, it was the commander in his office. What can I do for you, Captain? The tone was polite, but the expression annoyed. Jeremy Bradshaw has not arrived for the scheduled shift. He has agreed to work. Why is that? Captain, we aren't here to serve you. Mr. Bradshaw has other duties. You would have informed me if he would be taken off the work you set him to do, Commander, unless you are lax when it comes to following protocols. Anger flashed on the male's face, but resolved into a sigh. Look, I was hoping not to bother you with this, but the reason Mr. Bradshaw can't work on your reactor is that he's fallen sick. He's contagious, in fact. Don't worry. We don't think he's caught this from your ship. We aren't going to lodge a complaint against you, but he has been quarantined for an indefinite period of time. I hope that answers your question. The image vanished, and Gregoran barely heard the hunter confirm the disconnection. They were holding his heart. Doubt attacked, keeping him from giving the order. Were they holding him? Or was this Jeremy's way of distancing himself from Gregoran? He'd seem happy when they were together, angry that the commander suspected how he felt, but he had still picked the station over the safety Gregran offered. If Jeremy was Kelsarian, none of this would have happened. He'd have understood what being his heart meant, embraced it, and put that before everything else. But he was an Earther. He couldn't know what he thought, what he truly wanted. Alpha? Someone asked. He let the breath out. Whatever Jezebelian could be at times, she was his people's god. His sanity might not survive her machination, but he had to believe that she had meddled in this for him and Jeremy. Scan the station, maximum strength. I don't care what it takes. Tell me where Jeremy is. The hunter, that should not be capitalized. The hunter stood in the corridor as Gagaran and 2 packs of frontline hunters headed in his direction. Like them, he was wearing his combat armor. Unlike them, he wasn't armed. Gagaran was impressed. For Thorax Salminial to make it to the combat lockers, plural, and back here before Gagaran had done the same, he'd have to run there the instant he'd been disconnected. Do so without knowing what Gagaran's plan would be. I asked permission to join the chase, Alpha. These aren't your pack, Hunter. Jeremy's my friend. I won't stand for him being mistreated. And, as my beta is sleeping, I report to you, Alpha. Gagaran smiled. He liked the male's resourcefulness. Permission granted. Stand with Rugdrorandirim. She is your beta for this chase. As soon as they were outside the ship, he ordered the infiltration expert to unlock the lift. I have control of the lift. The hunter at comms said through his earpiece. They're already trying to take that away. Someone said something further away. They are mobilizing, Alpha, but they will not reach the lift before you have exited it. Only 4 of them fit in at a time, and as before, he had trouble shaking the sense the walls closed in on him. The relief he felt on exiting was ended as he approached by the approaching ambassador. Queric Gral, he warned before the male could assert his authority, they are holding my heart prisoner. I'm not stopping you, Alpha Hunter. He handed the large pack to the hunter on Gagaran's right as the lift door opened again. Take my things to the ship. The hunter took it, but looked at his Alpha, who studied the ambassador. He'd missed the pack in his hurry to ensure he wasn't stopped. That was sloppy. He needed to think clearly, not about the danger Jeremy was in. He nodded, and the hunter took the lift down. If you aren't stopping me, and you aren't going to the ship with your belongings, but what role are you looking to serve in this chase? I'm hoping you will allow to be in front. You will allow me to be in front. That isn't the place for a civilian. I'm not a civilian, Alpha Hunter. I'm an ambassador. And this is a situation where my skills may serve your chase better than your own. Or, at the very least, keep us from escalating things to all-out war. He wanted war. And he knew that was wrong. A hunter protected, not warred. If the Earthers will not listen, you are going behind us for protection. Oh, they will listen. They can't afford to go to war with us. The pack that blocked their way was led by the commander, and Gagaran respected the male more for that. He even managed not to react to being so heavily outmatched, unlike the Earthers behind him. Instead of armor, they wore clothing, and the only weapons they had were batons, possibly stunners, or powerful enough to kill, but they'd need to get within reach to use them. They would be shot before that happened. Only one of his hunter didn't have a sidearm or a rifle. Gagaran was the only other without a rifle. They looked scared of what was about to happen. What is the meaning of this? The commander demanded, not showing any fear. This, the ambassador said, is a demonstration of what happens when one of our crew is held without reason. Your crew? I don't have any cats in my cells. What do you think? I kept a lot of them out. You still have the ship's engineer. Actually, this should be capitalized. The ship's engineer in one of your cell. Bradshaw? He's not part of their crew. He's one of mine, and he's where he is because he's scared of exactly this, that you'll steal him away and force him to do stuff for you. The gods were on his side, Gregoran reminded himself. Jeremy was his heart. This would resolve itself. Why aren't you meddling already? That's active thought. One of ours will never force someone as important as engineer Jeremy Bradshaw. Whatever. Even if I wanted to, he's in quarantine. You don't want the sickness spreading on your ship. The smile the ambassador gave the commander belonged on a hunter who had cornered his prey. Oh, I am well aware of this sickness. I have done my research on it, and my report has already been sent to the Federation Inclusion Bureau as well as my government. I can assure you, we are not at risk. That's not a decision I'm going to risk. If you feel so strongly about it, make a request to your government. I'm sure better qualified people than either of us will be able to reach a decision. You must speak with him. Someone whispered in his earpiece. He didn't recognize the voice, but he'd deal with the insubordination later. The idea had merit. At the very least, he deserved to be told by Jeremy if he was going to shatter his heart. I will speak with my heart. Your what? The look Querigral gave him promised reprisal, but he didn't care. I will speak to Jeremy. Doesn't want to talk to you. Commander, the ambassador said over Grelgeron's growling. That isn't true. And if somehow it is, then you want him to speak with us. I won't go into cultural details, but know that the heart is a legal designation recognized by the courts of the Federation. What it means is that being Grelgeron's heart is that in being Grelgeron's heart, Jeremy has become a Kelsarian citizen with all rights and protection that implies. As the situation stands, you are holding a Kelsarian against his will. The only way this situation changes is if he tells us that he wants to stay among humans. The commander looked too comfortable with the information. Gregoran wanted to act now before he had time to put whatever plan he had in motion. It would be easy to claw through all of them, follow the directions for the scan had given them to the brig. All right. And to show good faith, I won't ask you to risk your safety by coming any deeper. I'll get him and bring him here so he can tell you directly that he wants nothing to do with you. That is acceptable, the ambassador said. Gregoran didn't agree, but he'd agreed to let the male be in front, and that meant letting this unfold as he wanted. And being ready to act if the Earthers tried something. And that concludes chapter 45 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. If you want to, links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, so where am I at here? Okay, that is done. So I can go to 44. Oh, wait, I did. It's right here waiting to be. Okay. Captain's heart is done. Oh, Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 46 allies. We're going up against 38 enemies, and we are off. Sigma's in first place. Helpful Onions in second. Okay. Sigma's in first. Q is in second. Helpful Onion is in third. M&BM is in second. JR takes over second. M&BM is now in third. Is in second. JR is in third. JR is back in second. M&BM is in second. Q is in third. And with that, I believe we're done. And I got my kills. Sigma OS is in first place with 19 assists. M&BM is in second place, 2 kill, 13 assists. And Q is Creates is in third, 1 kill, 12 assists. We have gold and no Dr. Derp. We've got Lego heads that no one is currently claiming. So, M&BM gets gold, Q is Creates gets Legos. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And my quests are basically done, so back to flying rogues. And we're going to start here. Oh, that is the range of this thing. Oh, okay. Don't have to worry too much about it. All right, so I said I need to clear a quest. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. And now to do another chapter. I will confirm the microphone is on. Turn off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today we will do chapter 78 of The World Which Is. I wake up to faint violin, too structured to be silver practicing, so she's already up playing for people. The room's small, but enough. Clearly intended for short stays. The bed, a table with a bowl that refills with warm water if it's empty for more than 10 seconds, a chest for those who don't have enough inventory space for everything they carry, and that's it. The sound insulation's not great. Sam's already at the counter when I step into the dining room and the Minotaur offers me a cup of steaming coffee, free of charge. One thing I figure all travelers need in the morning. Not food. A long swallow and I feel more awake. Sure, but that I'm not handing out. Sausage and eggs, toast and jam. Silver's on the small stage. The tune is lively, but not in a get up and go kind of way. Just enough to enhance the coffee's effect. Any preference? Takes me a second to remember my order. Scrambled eggs, whole wheat for the toast, and whatever jam you think is good. Ellen isn't there. Neither's Brendan. I can't ask about her since she has her own room. Where did Brendan go to? He didn't say. I bring up the team chat as I sit. Dennis. Brendan, what are you up to? Silver finishes her piece to light applause and puts her violin away. Brendan. Check in with people I know here about Fort Knox. It's only been 30 years since the system showed up. Someone has to remember it. Dennis. Keep us up to date. I am tempted to remind him to call for help if he needs it, but he's a grown man, and I've already told him a few times since having to rescue him. Silver returns from the counter with a plate for her and mine. With 2 plates. Hers and mine. Simpler than having Sam bring it to you, she says, sitting, unless you were hoping to see him up close. You know, teasing me like that is Brendan's thing to do. She smiles. I just thought that since you've grown comfortable with thinking of other people sexually, I, too, could indulge. I return the smile. Then you can reassure yourself. I much prefer seeing you up close and serving me. Her eyes go wide, her face turns red, and she looks at her plate. Do you know where Ellen is? Hopefully this will bring thing back. Blah. Hopefully this will bring things, plural, back to normal. I think she's still sleeping. She eats a bit, then straightens. She said something about blowing anyone who bothered her all the way back to Toronto last night. So, just the two of us for a while. She turns red again, and it's quite appealing. Is that why Brendan kept teasing me? Only, I didn't mean it like that. You want to walk around town? I have jerky to unload. See if there's some place that sells recipes. I need to make something other than jerky. We can see if anyone has violent stuff you can use. She chuckles and regains her composure. Violent stuff? Like stuff for your bow, or you had to get some in Indianapolis. It's called hair. Like the stuff on your head? And yes, I should get some spare since there's no telling when we'll be in a city once we leave, as well as strings. Cool. So probably knows a good place to shop at. Probably knows the good places, plural, to shop at. I managed to unload 3 of my 6 slots filled with jerky, but 2 of them were simply given to a group who help people. I got $50 for the other stack. There aren't a lot of recipes for preparing meat while in the wild that aren't just drying it to make jerky or cooking it for near immediate consumption. There's pemmican, which is pretty much just a different way to make jerky, although the addition of fruit would make it taste better, as well as create variety. The downside is that it's more involved. I have to render fat, powder the milk, powder the meat, dry the berries, find them. Foraging isn't a skill I even thought to get at this point. This is why I keep points in reserve. We tracked down a skill node, and I got a level in foraging. The recipe was just given to me, so I'll see about trying it while we travel. Silver got 2 bow hair replacement and a set of 8 strings. Her case has space to store them, so that's practical. We chatted about nothing specific while we shopped. Ellen, where is everyone? Dennis, me and Silver are getting some shopping in. Dennis, Brandon? I bring up the team window. He's lost a bit of health and maybe half his stamina. Dennis, Brandon, do you need help? Brandon, I'm fine. Just had to deal with some idiots who thought they could rob me. Again, I'm tempted to remind him he isn't alone. Dennis, we're heading back to the inn. Had any luck, Brandon? Brandon, some. I'm tracking someone who was alive before the system. From what I've been told, he was a local, so if anyone knows about it, it'll be him. Dennis, do you want help with that? Brandon, I'm fine. I'll be back in not too long. I can't tell if it's Brandon's usual overconfidence, but I decide to trust him. When we reach the inn, it's a little past lunchtime, and it's busy. Sam hires Silver to provide entertainment and includes lunch and dinner for the 4 of us as part of that. I'm surprised you're charging Brandon for food. I sit at the bar, considering you two are, he laughs. If I gave away free food to every guy I had sex with, those would be the only clients I'd have. and I'd go out of business. If I ever settle down with someone, he'll get free food. Lunch is simple: tomato soup and cheese sandwich with a glass of juice. If you aren't too busy, I was wondering if you know anything about how Louisville got all the elves living here. He chuckles. Just about everyone around here who didn't pick a species when the system showed up got turned into an elf, is the way I heard it. I thought species were assigned randomly. He shrugs. Unless you've queried the system about it and gotten it to answer. All I know is what I've heard. My folks moved here from Lexington because they were the only Minotaurs there, and they were only a handful of non-humans. Dad said it wasn't pleasant during those early years. So when they heard about all the elves here, he and Mom booked it. Where are they now? Their place is on the other side of the city. Dad does hard labor because, Minotaurs are good for nothing else. I'm about to protest, but he smiles. Actually, he loves it. Throw 500 kilos over his shoulders and tell him to take it across the city, and you've made his day. Mom's a seamstress. Never got why she wanted to be a Minotaur, but according to Dad, she's the one who insisted. You like it? He looks at me, surprised. Then his expression turns sly and he leans in. Oh, look at me. I'm pure muscle. Started life with strength of 20, endurance at 17, and stamina at 15. You don't get better combo than that. He lowers his voice. And us bulls are big, if you know what I mean. Of course it's sexual. As casual as I try to sound, my face heats up and he laughs. I'm starting to think I'm the only one who isn't hypersexual out here. You aren't, Ellen says. You just have had the bad luck of knowing Brandon and the kind of guys he attracts. Come on, Ellen. I nod to Sam, who isn't looking pleased at our comment. Be nice. We are in his establishment. Look, I'm not saying you're a bad person, but my brother only likes one kind of guys. Sam leans forward, and unlike when he did it with me, there's menace in his eyes. Considering you're his sister, that he be adopted or not, you don't seem to know Brandy very well. She rolls her eyes. You have no idea the messes he... I'm going to stop you right there. The tone is harsh enough. She stops. I don't care what you think of him, but I'm not going to let someone badmouth one of my customers under my roof. You want to do that, doors that away. Get it out of your system, then come back. I'll have lunch ready for you. It's part of Silver's payment for entertaining people for a couple of hours. Ellen, I warn her. I warn when she opens her mouth. Don't. She isn't happy. Ellen, this isn't over. She storms out. I'm sorry about that. Don't be. I know better than to say all elves are like that, but way too many of them are too full of themselves. I checked with my elven friends, and there's no species drive for that, to that, for that. There's no species drive to that. So it's just they seem to gather and create the impression they're all like that. It's like us and being stubborn. Not all Minotaurs are, but with willpower being influenced by endurance, and we all start with above human average. When we set our mind to something, we don't change it easily. He goes to handle a customer, and I'm through most of the soup when he passes by again. How did you meet Brandon? He hands a mug to a woman and comes back. Same way I met you. He came into my inn with a couple of people, 2 explorer and 3, I don't remember their classes, but more on the lean side. I figured they were passing through on their way to a ruin, since that's what explorers do, but they ended up staying for almost a week. Brandy made it clear he was interested in sex with me, and I never say no to that. He is kind of blunt about it. Blunt, not brunt, blunt. He is kind of blunt about it. I like that about him. He doesn't lie or play games when it comes to sex. The rest, he chuckles. I wouldn't believe half the things he's told you. And the rest is probably exaggerated too. But you like him. Of course I do. He's fun. And even if they're almost certainly made up, the story about the places he's been to are entertaining. I just know better than to depend on him for anything important. He's all about fun. But You told Ellen she doesn't know him as well as she thinks, and that's pretty much what she thinks of him in a less flattering light. He rests again back against the bank counter. No, she thinks he's a bad seed. The kind, the I kind of get why. Brandy did some pretty stupid stuff before and after he left home that didn't endear him to her. The fact his parents give him the benefit of the doubt doesn't help things. But just because he doesn't take stuff seriously, would rather lie about what happened, what happens, not what happened, then admit he screwed up, doesn't mean there isn't someone who can be decent under there. He told you all that? Not that he's decent. I think he'd throw himself off a cliff before admitting that. But yeah, he told me about how his parents took him in, about her parent took him in, the trouble he got in trying to live up to her expectation, then decided he no longer cared what she thought and did his own things, which weren't any smarter. Don't care how high his intelligence attribute is. Brandy isn't the smartest guy out there. It's comforting to know there's someone else. There's someone else. I don't have to say out there. There's someone else who thinks, who sees Brandon's got a decent core hidden under all that roughness. Did he tell you what we're doing? Something about chasing a ruin in the area no one's ever found before. His expression makes it clear he doesn't believe that. We are. It's my expedition, technically, I say as he opens his mouth. Brandon's helping. He closes it. I was sure he'd made that up. I mean, we'd know if there was a ruin in the area, wouldn't we? I don't know. From the research we did, no explorer believes it's real except one, other than you. So why do you believe it's real? In part because that other guy is willing to have me killed over it. No one would go that far over something they weren't certain was real. I take Aaron's journal out of my inventory. And because of this, I sort of inherited this with my class, and Xander is certain the truth about the ruin is in it. Aaron, its previous owner, went to great length to hide it, so I'm inclined to think he's right. You haven't read it? Read it to be sure? Aaron locked it behind a quest. If I was smart about it, I'd get the quest done and then worry about Xander and the ruin. But having a price on my head is really pissing me off, and the only way I can think to make him pay is to take the ruin away from him by finding it and revealing it to everyone. Then I hope you manage it. Thanks. Finish my lunch and listen to Silver play for a bit. As she finishes a piece, I bring up the team window to check on Brandon, and his health is below a quarter. Damn it. I was really hoping he wouldn't do that again. Sam, do you know someone I can hire who's good at finding idiots who get themselves into more trouble than they can handle and refuse to ask for help? And that concludes chapter 78 of The World Which Is. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, we are about 10 chapters ahead on Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. And congratulations, Fneagan. 568 words. Oh, right. Because I got this part. I wish I could move these guys around. Oi. I'll be right back. No, right, let's fix that. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 39 allies. We're going up against 61 enemies. And we are off. Katakrak is in first place. Astromage is in second. Creative 1 is in third. Various jumps to second place. Woof Miafa takes over second, takes over first, is back in second, is back in first. Katakrak is in second. Creative 1 is in third. And not much left of the enemies. Oh, wait. We may actually have to fight a little harder. And we are basically done. We've won. Meowfa is in first place, 16 kill, 1 assist. Katakrak is in second place, 1 kill, 12 assist. And Creative 1 is in third, 13 assist. We have fairies. Do we have a Decaneser in the battle? We do not. And gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? Nope. Nothing, no Dr. Derp, so everything's up for grabs. Astromage gets the fairy. Severed Marlin gets the gold. And we move on to an insane battle before the gold chest. Another flying rogue for me. And let's start up here. And that concludes that quest. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Alright, this is all done. Hey, Terrible Novelist, welcome. Holy cow, I missed your arrival. Welcome to the stream, Terrible Novelist. I hope you are doing well. Wait, why was that there? Oh, yeah. Alrighty, I need to bring up the right. So 14 and 15 is where I am at. Alrighty. So I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I will start the recording and see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 14 of An Errant Dawn. Jason grabs my arm as I head for the exit. He'd wanted to talk with me after the meeting, but the colonel kept him as Claus and I were escorted away. Me to a room where I could rest until Humbert was ready with his preparation, Claus outside at his request. My room was guarded, but it had a shower. Derek, I need to know if you were honest when you said you aren't here to kill Amanda. I tense at the hand gripping my bicep, but control the impulse to wrench it away. Let's go. He knows I dislike being touched. He knows why. You don't trust me? I'm surprised. Jason knows me better than anyone other than Claus, and he was quick to trust me the last time I saw him. Searches my face. Me and Amanda inadvertently taught you about lying. You lied to Colonel Fallon when you rescued us. I don't know how good you've become at it. I'm not going to kill her, I state, and turn for the hatch. I stop as he reaches for me. He doesn't touch me, hesitating before lowering his hand. Don't kill her, please. I don't know why you care so much about her, Jason. I have trouble controlling my anger as I remember arguments I overheard them have. I lacked experience and context then to understand the full meaning of what was said, the tone used. She didn't treat you any better than she treated me. This isn't about her. He replies with a shake of the head. It's about you. If you kill her, it's going to change who you are. I narrow my eyes at him. Do you think I haven't killed a human before? The question surprises him. I don't know. But I know you. If you have, it was in the heat of battle. If you kill Amanda, it's going to be in cold blood. I don't understand how that's different, but Jason needs the comfort. I'm not going to kill her. For all that she deserves it, I can't seem to contemplate doing it. He relaxes and unslings the duffel bag off his right shoulder. I figure you'd want some equipment for the mission. I doubt Captain Humbert plans on giving you as much as a tissue. I take the bag and open it. Black reinforced fabric is the first item, and I smile as I take the trench coat out. I didn't bother with the shirt and pants. What you have on looks fine. I didn't want you to strip in public. I put the gloves on, then the gun belt. The weight of the holstered revolver is comfortable. The 3 boxes of radiated bullets go in the pocket. Then I clip the 2 folded swords to the belt and freeze at the last item in the bag, an axe. They're going to... Jason stepped back as I glare at him. Derek, it's... No, I stand. I will not supply you with soul stones. They aren't yours. Not that I need an axe anymore to split demon bone. I expect him to argue, but he nods. It's not like I can force you to do it, even if you carry it. He takes the bag. Be careful. There are a lot more demons and people than you've dealt with before, not to mention those hybrids. And don't trust Humbert. He hasn't forgiven you for betraying them. I shrug. I'm not worried about him. If he tries to do something to me or Claus, I will kill him. Jason isn't happy with the answer. Just try not to be in that position. You don't want the army deciding you have to be taken out. I've avoided them for more than a year. I'm not worried. You've avoided Humbert, his team, and whatever friends he could convince to help him. That wasn't the military wanting you. Just him on a personal vendetta. Fallon is about the only one who understands the worth and danger you represent, and she was fine letting you go. Give her a reason, and she will send everything she has after you. I consider his words, and if if this is really him worrying about me or passing a message along, 2 years ago, I'd know the answer. But like me, Jason has changed. Tell her I won't kill Humbert unless he forces my hand. If that isn't enough for her, they can hunt me and pay the price. I walk away before he can reply. The outside is lit by spotlights, hiding the night sky in their brightness. I hadn't realized night had come. I look up and can only see hint of one or two of the 2 moons. Hey, look at that, one of the soldiers standing with Humbert says. If it isn't the captain's favorite person. The voice is familiar, but I don't recognize him. The man and woman standing on either side of him and Humbert share an angry expression when they look at me. The 8 others look at me with curiosity. They wear black body armor with a machine gun strapped to the front. One carries a case, while another has a pack on her back, and her helmet has added devices on it. You're late, Humber says. I wait in silence. A few seconds later, they step back as Claus lands next to me. His form shrinks, becomes more human, finalizing into someone a head taller than me with a trench coat and hood hiding his non-human face. Yeah, the man who greeted me says, stretching the word. That's not creepy at all. Cap, we sure this is a good idea? No, Klein, we most definitely are not, Humbert answers through clenched teeth. But the colonel prefers to take Gore's advice over any of us who have actually been in the field, so we're struck with this. Sucks to be you, Cap. Humbert glares at him. Why do I put up with you again? The man snorts. Because putting up with me is the only thing that tells those greens there something resembling humanity still is in that still there's something resembling humanity still in that cold heart of yours. That's starting to sound suspiciously like insubordination, Klein. Humbert says without taking his eyes off me. Klein looks horrified. No disrespect intended, sir. I swear it, sir. Humbert rolls his eyes and points to the darkness beyond the spotlight. Get your ass and everyone else's loaded up before I decide to leave you behind, Klein. Yes, sir. Klein gives a salute. You've heard the man. Load up unless you prefer staying behind and missing all the fun we're going to have. He gives Humbert a grin, then runs off as if his life depends on it. The two who don't like me follow him, the other 8 doing the same as after a slight hesitation. As he looks back in my direction, Humbert's smile vanishes. Being able to smell his emotion, what I know of human behavior, doesn't help me understand what happened. Humbert is amused at Klein's behavior, yet threatened to leave him behind. This must fall into one of the multiple things Jason tried to teach me during his long courses on human interactions. Come on, Humbert says, annoyed. As much as I'd want to, I can't leave behind. He turns and heads in the other direction without looking back. Why aren't any of you wearing protection against the sickness? I ask, when I fall in step next to him. He coughs. We're about to throw ourselves in the middle of a hive of demons, hybrids, and whoever's working with them. It's kind of late for me to worry about catching some mysterious sickness, and it's impossible to fight properly in those containment suits. Soon as we are away from the intense light, I make out the destination and have to force myself to continue, stopping only when I'm next to the helicopter, when I have to contemplate stepping into it. This close to the city, I say, going on foot will be stealthier. Claw stands behind me, a low rumble offering comfort and security. Are you scared of this little defenseless helicopter? Klein asks mockingly. He gives an exaggerated shudder when I glare at him. How do you reckon that 12 of us, Humbert says, plus you two can fight their way through an army of guarding that tower and not attract attention? Not to mention how long that's going to take. The mission is in and out, just like last time. Only this time I'm not trusting you to prepare the way for us. You're sticking to me like shit under my foot, and I'll scrape you off the instant you become a liability. Am I making myself clear? Now, tell your guard dog to stop growling unless you want me to put an irradiated bullet between its eyes. Claw's growling increases in response to the threat, but the undertone doesn't change. Claws takes Humbert as seriously as I do, still places a hand on his arm, and he quiets back to a low rumble. Good to know you can control it. For a while there, I thought you were its bitch. I don't know what he means, so I simply continue to glare. Cap, Klein calls as we glare at one another. As much fun as it'd be to watch you kick his ass, we're on the clock. Just put the damn leash on him and pull him in. We have a party to get to. Robert grinds his teeth, then climbs in. Get in or stay here, he says, smiling. The colonel can't bitch at me if you're the one who decides not to come, so please give in to your fear of heights. Snaps his finger. You wanted to walk to the tower, so why don't the two of you... I climb in. Klein shakes his head. What have I told you about being nicer to strange people, Cap? Are we going to have to go over the courses on social Shut up, Klein. I sit, facing Humbert as Claus reaches for the top of the opening, arms stretching to twice their previous length. The helicopter leans to the side as he pulls himself in. What the hell? A voice says over the intercom. Captain Humbert, I was told I was transporting people. What did you just put in my bird? A tank? The helicopter still lists as Claus takes the seat next to mine. Humbert flicks a button next to the speaker. If you have a complaint, take it up with the Colonel, Fallon. Take it up with Colonel Fallon. Take us up. I don't even know if I can, the voice says. Then there's the click of the intercom being shut off. The blades spin up to speed and their noise increase. The others take a headset hanging from the wall over their heads as Humbert pulls the sliding door close. I put my headset on and the volume decreases slightly, but remains uncomfortably loud. Helicopter shudders, then jerks up. I tense, grabbing onto the seat. I know this is safe. I have flown in one before, and that trip lasted hours. This will be much shorter, so it'll be fine. The plastic cracks in my grip. My hand relaxes before it registers. I am wrapped in calm. I am safe, it says. I am protected. Even if I can't hear claws rumbling over the noise of the spinning blades, the undertone still reaches me. I open my eyes to Humbert's disappointed expression. We're at altitude, Captain. The pilot's voice comes over the headset. Whatever you loaded my bird with wasn't enough to ground us. Glad to hear it, Humbert replies dryly. Now go stealth and take us to the target. The helicopter tilts and the noise diminishes to the point I barely make it out. I remove the headset and it increases a fraction. Humbert smirks at me. Still think your way is better? He says, motioning for me to put the headset back on. We're high enough, he continues, once I have it back on. Even demons can't hear it. They're going to see its heat, I counter. Nope, the underside is covered with the best shielding available, and all the heat is redirected above us. The blades disperse it as it leaves the exhaust. That means we won't be heard or seen. Also, the insertion point isn't being watched. The rooftop? Is the only place that justifies flying to it. I am so glad they taught you a thing or two about tactics, Humbert says with a roll of the eyes. You know, instead of just setting you loose on demons like the animal you are. Do you have any information about the insides? I ask, instead of acknowledging the jab. He shakes his head. The blueprints are so old, there's no way they're accurate. The walls are thick stone and brick to block sonar pretty well. The walls are thick stone and brick, block sonar pretty well. Sergeant Koplar's our mapper. She's got her drones and we'll know the layout of every floor minutes after we open the door to it. Sooner, the woman says, as if the air ducts are large enough for them. The helicopter slows. Captain, we're approaching the target. As per order, I'm not touching down. You are jumping out and I'm leaving, returning only once you signal. You heard the pilot. Be ready the moment he gives the signal. Koplar, have your drone ready. Denise, you're in charge of cutting our entry point and setting up the ladder, so you get the honor of showing us how to jump out. Sure thing, Captain, a different woman answers. Out, the pilot yells. Humbert slides the door open and the two soldiers are out before I stand. The helicopter is no more than my height away from the roof. I step up. The helicopter wobbles hard once Claus is out of it, then steadies. By the time everyone is on the roof and the helicopter is flying away, the glass is removed from the skylight in the center of the roof. Drones fly out of the pack the woman had on. Yeah, this is old. On the woman. Drones fly out of the large pack on the woman's pack, making barely any sound, and they vanish into the building. The clunk of metal ladder extending down greets us when we reach the skylight. This is deeper than expected, Koplar said, looking through an eyepiece. By the numbers I'm getting, I'd say they converted the last 2 floors into a single one. Down we go, Humbert orders, then turns to me. You two are last. I don't want you breaking this only way in, and I step off the ledge and fall into the building. I land and take out the revolver, scanning the space around the ladder. The walls are sections of sheet metal, each the same width, floor to ceiling. A corridor on three of the walls. What the? A corridor on 3 of the wall? A corridor on 3 of the walls. Extend into darkness. Our only exit from this room. A corridor on a corridor on 3 of the wall. Okay, what the hell was I meaning here? Um, a corridor on 3 of the wall extends into darkness. Our only exit. What the hell did I mean here? On 3 of the walls. You know what? I don't. Corridor extends the darkness. Our only exit from this room. I have no idea what I meant there. Claus silently lands next to me and drops to all 4. Many of my kind, he says, sniffing the air. Recent. Humans. Afraid. You just can't follow orders, can you? Humbert demands once he and the others have joined us. Load up, he orders. On standby. The soldiers take a vial out of a case at their belt and slide it into the dispenser on their left forearm. Unlike the last time, these are built into the armor. Klein, Humbert says without turning around, I swear, if you open your mouth to ask if you can activate it now, I'm telling the demon to throw you out the skylight. The man's mouth closes with a click of teeth against teeth. Koplar? Humbert asks. I have a path to the door at what should be the edge of the floor, but I don't have the whole thing yet. This place looks like a damned maze. Call your drone backs. We have the exit. That's all we need. Humbert shines a light through the walls. Hopefully, the other floors aren't going to be like this. The woman's comment and the scents permeating the air tell me what this floor is used for, and I am not comfortable with the implications. Koplar, you have lead position. Klein, you, Jurgen, Matilda, and Omar have rear guard. Everyone else between you and me and the 2 armies. If I give the word, the 6 of you are to open fire with everything you have, and don't worry about hitting me. Humbert smiles at me. I hope that makes your situation clear. I ignore him as I step behind Koplar. The corridors are large enough a demon can expend their form as they hunt and not worry about being boxed in. We pass multiple corridors, most of which I can see turn into intersections, many dead ends and a few open spaces. We slow when Koplar indicates the exit ahead. A few seconds later, a door is visible at the edge of the beam. It creaks open and the lights are turned off. We hunker down, guns raised, waiting for an attack. The expected motion in the light from beyond the door is low to the ground, and I can't understand what I'm seeing as it approaches. Is that a kid? Someone asks when the form is halfway to us. It loses its balance and falls on its rear. It does look like those I have seen in cities, but this one wears a medical gown. It laughs and bounces in place. Nobody moves. Humbert orders in a whisper. This could be a trap. Claus steps around the soldier, almost sliding sliding on the ground like a slitherer. The child giggles and reaches for him. I follow him, curious about what a child is doing here. Claus picks it up, sniffing. When I reach them, I catch the scent too. Demon. And not a scent that adheres to it. It's the child's scent. Steps come from the other door. The other door? Other side. Other side. Other side of the door, Arch Soul shoes, approaching. Jezebel? A man calls out in a loud whisper. Jezebel, where are you? What have I told you about getting out of your crib? The man bursts through the door, pushing it open all the way, and lets out a shriek of fear in time with the sound of the racking of machine guns. And that concludes chapter 17 of An Errant Dawn. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, as well as the other 2 books in the trilogy, they are available on Kindle Unlimited. If you want to support me in a different way and get access to basically everything else I've written, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Death, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? What's wrong? I'm going to need a bit more context. Okay. What happens is that while I'm doing these, since I'm recording them, I can't pay attention to the chat. So I don't mind the assistance, but I suspect that you're referring to the place with the corridor in the 3 walls, and yeah, I've got no idea what I meant with that. That was completely and utterly wrong. I get the sense that that was a remnant of something. But it's been a long time since I wrote this story, so I don't remember what it could have been. And I will be right back. Yes, of course I forgot to do that. And how are you? What are you up? How are you doing, Death? What are you up to today? You're doing good. I am glad to hear that. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 40 allies. We're going up against 35 enemies. And we are off. Arcten takes the lead. Shadow Sears in second. Truffy is in third. Spider takes over third. Shadow Sears in first. Catacrack is in second. Treffy is in second. Spider's in third. Numbers are going down very quickly. Those are nice. Shadow Sears in first. Spider takes over first. Shadow Sears in second. Treffy is in third. And we're done. We have won. Spider, 6412, is in first place, 9 kill, 2 assist. Mr. Shadowseer is in second place, 1 kill, 8 assist. And Traffy Flipper is in third, 2 kill, 5 assist. We've got gold. And no Dr. Derp. We have Lego Head. That is not claimed by anyone. So, QS Creates gets gold, Sanquinic gets Legos, and Astromage also gets gold. And we move on to a gold chest before the boss. And it's another flying rogue for me. Still 50 or so scroll needed. No, that's, well, that's not. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. You want to join the battle? Well, the link should be in the chat. You are, you are welcome to put units in there. It is free to join. Basically, so long as you have a web browser, you can play. All right, and I will start this morning's last chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter for one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 15 of An Errant Dawn. The man closes his mouth as he raises his hand. A scientist, wearing a lab coat over a suit. His fear quiets, replaced by worry and a look of curiosity and interest. Everyone of them I've met ends up having at some point. He is older, his face is wrinkled, his hair a mix of black and gray, what Jason called salt and pepper. Interestingly, I'm the source of his worry rather than Claus, who holds the child. Don't move, Humbert orders through clenched teeth. Who are you, and what are you doing here? I'm Barclay Dunn. His voice trembles, and he attempts to sound more confident. I was trying to find Jezebel before she caused trouble. Why would she? Humbert begins, stopped by Klein's snort. He glares at the men. Do you feel the need to comment, Sergeant Spencer? No, sir. Klein replies and immediately continues, but take it from someone who has raised a kid. Toddlers are walking disaster zones. Humbert sighs. Where is Dr. Walker? Lie, and I'm going to have the demon eat the kid. I do not eat cubs, Claus replies, looking the child over from all sides. The scientist doesn't even glance at Claus. His worry doesn't increase. He knows demons well enough to understand a child isn't a worthwhile hunt for one as old as Claus. I don't know any doctor. Listen to me, Humbert. Humbert snaps. I'm going to cut that. Amanda, I say, cutting him off. I don't know if he's serious about hurting the child. He sounds serious, but with how thick the demons' scent are, I can't smell him. Humans enjoy lying, and empty threats are a tactic they employ. Oh, her, the man replies darkly. Someone's got on the good doctor's bad side. Klein comments. Robert doesn't react. He lets Klein get away with more than I expect, considering the sharp tones he occasionally uses. I'll ask Jason about it when this is over. The scientist snorts. Do you have any idea what that woman's done to my research? I've worked for Mr. Grave for nearly 30 years. I've given him the hybrid soldier who helped secure his properties, not her. She shows up, makes a bunch of impossible promises, and all of a sudden, I'm only good to look after Jezebels and her siblings. Looks like Gourd was right, Klein mutters. The scientist looks at the child and his expression softens. Juliet had a similar expression when she spoke of her children. He might not like how it happened, but he doesn't mind the position. So, if she were to vanish, you wouldn't mind? Humbert asks. Scientist looks at him, at the accompanying soldiers. You're here to take her back? His expression turns calculating. Yes. I can't promise my superior won't send someone else to demand retribution for kidnapping her, but our job is just a retrieval. Hand me Jezebel and I'll take you to her. That isn't how. Claus hands the child over to the scientist. Humbert curses. You realize you just handed over the only leverage we had, right? It's. Claus sniffs the child. What is this child's sex? The scientist smiles. Jezebel is a female, a girl. He is her parent, Claus says. I will not take a cub away from him. He has agreed to help, and he is as honest as a human seems able to. The child coos at the scientist. Hello. Hey, kiddo. You good for a nap now, or are you going to take off to explore all those scents around the building again? He heads for the door. Well, Get her to bed and take you to Amanda. One of you can come with me. Everyone on the floor below is sleeping. So long as you're quiet, there won't be any problems. Albert glares at me as he follows the scientist. If this blows up because you and your dog can't follow orders, I'm putting a bullet in both your heads. I fall in step behind him with Claus at my side. Like me, he isn't worried about the captain's threat. Bruce, you stick with Dunn. Make sure he doesn't try anything. Coupler, keep a drone on them just in case. Beyond the door is a small hall built to human standards, which leads to an elevator and a stairwell. The scientist takes the stairs. One of the soldiers points to where the striker plate used to be. It and the door frame where it had been were ripped out. No debris on the floor, so it was some time ago. The stairwell is filled with scents. The child, others like her, human scent, and something odd. Human and not human, not quite demon either. On the next landing, he waits for Humbert's nod before opening the door and heads down another human-sized corridor with the soldier called Bruce. The striker plate on this door has also been ripped out. A drone zips after them before the door closes. A residential floor, Coupler whispers. I see living rooms through open doors, a kitchen. This is too far up to house the regular thugs, so it's for the people this Graves person considers important. He's in a nursery now. 12 cribs, 5 are occupied. If I get the drone closer, I might wake them. Judging by their size, Jezebel is the oldest. You guys notice the doors were forced? A soldier says. You'd think that if they were attacked, they'd have replaced them with something stronger to protect the kids. The cub may have done the damage, Claus says in his version of a whisper, which is loud enough to reverberate up and down the stairwell. She is not fully human. They're experimenting on kids? Klein asks in disbelief. Cap, if they're doing that, we have to. Not the mission, Klein, Humbert replies. We'll make our report and the colonel can decide what she wants to do about it. The rest is grumble. Probably hire the guy so she can use the kids. They're coming back, Coupler says. The scientist didn't do anything suspicious. The two men return and Humbert spends a few seconds looking through the door's window, searching as if he doesn't trust Coupler's statement. Boost has side effects. I saw it make the soldiers more aggressive during the last mission. Is this lack of trust in his unit another one? Where is Dr. Walker? He asks. In her lab. The scientist replies with a roll of the eye. She basically lives down there. Where is it? All the way down. Mr. Grave had the third level of the parking lot sealed and converted into a research lab. We can reach it from the stairwell. He starts down the stairs. What's the security like? Humbert asks. The man stops and stares at the captain. Did you see the patrols? The demons? My hybrids? We hold the city. Why would we worry about the guards inside the building when no one can reach it? Klein chuckles. I think we proved the flaw in that logic. The military isn't who we were concerned about. Another thing we can thank her for. I told them she'd be nothing but trouble. The only real problem we've had over the years are rival families. But they're gone. Left when the evacuation order was given. Scared of this sickness like everyone else. And you aren't scared? Coupler asks. The scientist looks like he'll answer her, then only shrugs. He starts down the stairs again. Everyone but her is going to be asleep. I don't think that woman ever sleeps. As the scientist promised, we don't encounter guards or alarms. The only sound in the stairwell is our footsteps and the whirl of the drones over our heads. Coupler wanted to map every floor, but Humbert refused. Since they had a guide, they couldn't waste time on something they wouldn't use. The quicker this is done, the faster I can finally deal with him, Humbert told her when she insisted, pointing to me. On the bottom floor, scents envelop me when Humbert opens the door. Disinfectant, blood, human exhaustion, the chemicals of machines. For a second, I'm no longer here, but back there. Amanda's experiment, her pride. I shake my head to chase the memories away. To chase the memory away. Memories. That would be plural. The memory's away. The drone flies ahead of us, splitting off at each intersection and rejoining as the scientist leads us. I have eyes on Dr. Walker, Koplar says. I am looking at her through a closed door. She's working. Looks like a lab, but it isn't a second-rate thing Intel said it would be. Mr. Graves never skimped on what we need, scientist says. It's why his family has always been the one to run the city. He keeps everyone who works for him happy. We go silent. Humbert orders. That means you too, Doctor. You say anything from this point forward and I will shoot you. The scientist swallows and nods. Humbert motions for him to continue leading us. We pass rooms with equipment, some clearly older and disused by the dusty scents of those rooms. Others have more recent machine and the scents are fresher. Some have desks and computers. 6 we pass show signs of being used. Other scientists or assistants. We turn and the scientist points to the door at the end of the hall. Above the door, the drones hover quietly. Humbert makes hand motions and we stop. Then Klein and another soldier head for the door. I fight the urge to go. I want to see Amanda, see what she is doing. I tell myself it's to see if she's hurting another innocent, and I'm almost convinced. The 2 soldiers look in the window, in each in different directions. They make hand gestures and Humbert motions for us to proceed, except the scientist. He assigns a guard with instruction to keep him there. At the door, Humbert takes Klein's place and looks in. He makes hand signal before looking at me and Claus. He's even more unhappy. If it's with our presence or our inability to understand the signals, I can't tell. He indicates me and Claus, then the floor at our feet. The intent is clear, but I don't acknowledge it. He controls his irritation, then gives a 5 count with his fingers, at the end of which he bursts through the room, followed by the others. Once all the soldiers are in, I follow them. They surround Amanda at her desk, too focused on her computer to immediately react to them. They look around, searching for opposition. When she finally notices them, her expression is annoyance more than relief. The room is larger than I expect. There is a desk on the left of hers. A wall opposite the door is divided into 6 glass rooms, each occupied by a hybrid at different stage of growth, from early adult to the one on the far left who seems to be ancient and decrepit. Amanda looks around, sees me. No! A voice startles the soldier and they aim at her. She looks much older than I remember her. The lines on her face are more evident. She is thinner. Her suit hangs loose on her under the lab coat. Her hair is longer, but the color is flat. The Amanda from the time of the lie took better care of herself. You don't get to ruin this too. I left you alone. Get out of here and let me do my work. Dr. Walker, Humbert says. I'm Captain Humbert. We're here to take you home. She looks at him as if only now noticing the soldiers. Her eyes harden. Home? You mean those people begging me to give them soldiers who can save the world but won't give me the tools I need? That home? Well, you can go back there alone. Here, I'm not chained when they ask me to do something. I'm afraid I can't do that, Doctor, Humbert replies, his tone aiming for understanding, but the irritation not helping. I have my orders. She crosses her arm over her chest. I don't care what you've been told to do. I'm a free woman. You can't force me to go anywhere. Doctor? Humbert openly glares at her now. The knowledge in your head is military property. She returns the glare. The fact you're using it here means you're guilty of treason. Do you really want me to arrest you and drag you out of here by force? I've been tasked with bringing you back. How I do it has been left entirely to me. You think you can force me to leave? She asks, tone smug. Look around, Doctor. 12 of us, 1 of you. I think you lost the ability to count when they crammed your head with all the ways you can threaten and kill free people. Humber looks at me and Claus and tenses. He's been too focused on her to notice us until she directed his attention. Trust me, I'd love to forget I'm stuck with them, and I'm more than happy I didn't need them. He grins at her and passes his machine gun. They know better than to try to help you. She sighs. The sound takes me back there for a second again. I became familiar with it over the last year I was with her. I was hers. As I learned more about the city I lived in, became less enthusiastic about obeying her orders exactly. When she caught Jason insisting making me more human would help me in the long run. The narrow-mindedness of the military will never cease to amaze me. Why would you ever think I was referring to those two? Her smile is also one I recognize. It's the one she wore when she thought she had the upper hand on me, when she believed she was about to win. I see her hand reach for the button under her desk, and I'm not fast enough. She knows my speed, my senses, and she purposely distracted me with Humbert's reaction. I pull her away from the desk, but the alarm is already sounding. She fights against my grip, and I can't deal with her and whoever is coming. I shove her at the soldier who catches her. Before she can try to escape him, I punch her in the jaw. She slumps in his arm. Are you crazy? The man demands. You're strong enough you could have snapped her neck. I spent months fighting humans in a cage. I know exactly how much force to use to incapacitate someone. I put her over my shoulders. Klein is next to me, raising her head and looking at her eyes. We have sedatives, he says. I don't, I reply. I look at Humbert. Are we going to argue about my methods now, or are we evacuating? We're going active, Humbert yells, and the soldiers press a button on the ejector in their forearm. Formation! The change in them is visible. I smell it. They are still controlled, but the aggression emanating from them increases, as does their eagerness to unleash it. They are now on the hunt. And that concludes chapter 15 of An Errant Dawn. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, as well as the other two books in the trilogy, they are up on Kindle Unlimited. If you're looking for a different way to support me, that is on my Patreon, where you can get access to basically anything I've written. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Righty, so that is done. Oh, right, I need to update that. Because that is no longer Hot Pursuit. Reminds me, did I update this? Okay, did that there, but did I update that in here? Yep, I did. Okay, cool. Hmm. Battle station, everyone. Right. This is not what I want. Battle station. We have 52 allies. We're going up against 81 enemies. And we are off. Gator Paws is in the lead. Neon Hollow takes over first place. Gator is in second. Q-Wiz takes over first. Gator is in second. Neon is in third. Let's see. Q-Wiz, Catacrack is in second. Is now in third. Is back in second. Mavin is in third. Looks like we're about to be done. There we go. We're done. We've won. QS Creates is in first place. 29 kill, 2 assist. JR926 is in second place. 13 kill, 3 assist. And Catacrack is in third. 7 kill, 2 assist. We have gold and no Dr. Derp, which means that JR926 along with Spider get gold. And we go up against the boss. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Were you able to join the battle, Death? I did not notice if your name was there. Alrighty. I will take lunch. Right. I will do my best to return in 25 or so minutes in time to run the battle. Otherwise, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 39 allies. We're going up against 70 enemies, and we are off. Holy cow, some of them were quick there. Sigma's in first place, unless who takes over that. Sigma's in first place again. Various kills the Dark Queen. JR is in second, and Loop is in third. And Loop is in second. JR is in third. And let's see, Sigma's in first place, Endless Loop is in second, Catacrack is in third, Mavin takes over third, Endless Loop takes over first, and let's see, Endless Loop is in first, Sigma's in second, Millifad is in third, and we're done. We've won. Endless Loop is in first place, 14 killed, 23 assists, earning themselves top position in both categories. Sigma OS is in second place, 23 assists, and Millifad is in third, 4 killed, 13 assists. We have gold and no Dr. Derp. We've got Lego heads, we've got Shinobis, we've got nobody claiming those at this time. So, Gator Paws gets a Shinobi, Millifed gets Legos, Neon Hollow gets gold, and we move on to the next map, where we will have tokens and the boss. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the token chest. I don't know if we'll reach that today. Alright, with all my quests done, it is time for a flying rogue, again, with a soul. And, yeah, let's start here. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Sorry, no. We'll see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 51 allies. We're going up against 64 enemies. Sigma starts us in the lead. Catacrack is in second. Estromage jumps to first. Catacrack is in second. Sigma's in third. Let's see. Estromage is in first. JR is in second. Catacrack is in third. Work clearing? No, what's the clearing of it? And we're done. We have won. Astromage is in first place, 18 kill, 13 assists, earning themselves top position in both categories. JR 926 is in second place, 12 kill, 8 assists, and Severed Marlin is in third, 3 kill, 10 assists. We've got gold and a Dr. Derp. Welcome to the battle. Dr. Derp gets the gold. We've got warriors, and that nobody is currently claiming, so Esoro goes to war. And we move on to a hard battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's going to be tomorrow's battle. On what I suspect is tomorrow's token battle. Alright, so I'm gonna go here. And do that. And yeah, half an hour to see how this turns out. Hey, Dr. Derp, welcome to the stream. Your clock has been updated. Not playing much until the postal strike ends. So, okay, so it has happened. Is there a sense of when it might end? Or is it still, nobody wants to talk. No, everybody's glaring at each other. Nobody seems to be willing to work towards a solution. And I'm doing okay. I'm doing well. Had a nice, relaxing weekend. Got a new mediator today. Apparently there was finally some movement. Okay, well that's cool. So there is hope. Well, to be fair, there's always hope. Hope is one of those things that never goes away if you're paying attention. Alrighty, so this afternoon will be a little different than my usual because this is a new book I'm starting, so I will be reading over the outline. The theory of this is so that I can refresh it in my head once I get writing, but the truth of it is that within 2 weeks I'll have forgotten all of this. So when I'll be looking over the outline again, going chapter by chapter, it'll be like I didn't bother reading it. I am going to try to put down a few notes as I read it, so that I have hints. Can watch back for tips. Yeah, I don't do that. I don't watch back. I don't watch myself. This is something I definitely out there for other people because I do not want. But so this is the last detour. The overall story is that the previous book ends with Tristan getting a call from Jacoby. Jacoby is a character that is in the first 3 books. He is the person in sort of the person in charge of the reservation where Tristan lives in book one. Sorry, book one, two, and three. And he is he is the sheriff. He is the law. He is the person who dictates how things will be. He considers himself the guardian of the reservation and the people on it, keeping in mind that the people on the reservation are all monsters in one form or another. And by monsters, I mean serial killers, psychopath, people who have no business being allowed in society. They are all there of their own free will. They have all chosen to take themselves out of society for multiple different reasons. And Jacoby asked Tristan for help, and because the government has found one of them and has attacked the reservation to get him back. And to me, it is kind of a show of how Tristan has evolved, that he ultimately agrees to help because he's got no reason. Like, Jacoby kicks Tristan out of the reservation in book three, to make sure it's definite. Tristan blows up his house there, which was already rigged to blow, but yeah. So, all right. So the group arrives at the reservation, and there's really no way to get there other than by the main road. They could get an all-terrain vehicle, drive through the wilderness. That would mean leaving the van, and how else are they going to transport this many weapons to this little community, to this little community's rescue? This is literally no longer valid right off the bat. I've changed. Thing to remember about these outlines is that they were written kind of back when I was still working on book two, I think. Me and Benjamin, my co-scripter, sat down, and I honestly do not remember if I sat down and went, okay, I want to expand that and so on, or if we were just talking and the idea came. New book, yes. This is book 9 in the Monster and Badman series. And welcome back, Akla. But yeah, so these were sort of written in a bit of a vacuum, in that we did not know where the character would be, except that in very broad terms, because we had written the outline of the books leading up to that. In our minds, when they reached there, they were still traveling in a camper. When they hit the road in book 7, they're in a camper, and there was no, it's not like we said, okay, we're going to upgrade that. The upgrade happened as I was writing book 7, and the people chasing the two persons these guys get involved with had very high-tech equipment, and I sort of realized that there's absolutely no way that Tristan and Alex are not leaving with one of those vans. So now they have really high-tech equipment, which I don't want them to bring in for this. So they're not going to be they are not going to be going there by vehicles. And the reason is that the government is there. Like the government is watching. So they're not going to just drive there. So enjoy the lurk. Hey, Marys! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You're fine. I am glad to hear that. I am doing well. Thank you very much. So, yeah, instead of driving there, they will be walking through the wilderness to reach it. Now, it will change something because one of the ongoing um, thing with Jacoby is that every time one of them drove to the reservation, Jacoby stands in the road and he waits for them to stop. Like he does not move. If you don't stop, you run him over. And he is that confident in his authority that he doesn't move. Like he doesn't twitch. Like he just and you know unless you want to run him over, you stop. And so this will no longer happen because they're going to be walking there, which is, it's a bit of a shame. Like I kind of wish I got to, and again, that's why this is there because I'm pretty sure I wanted that there. So that's no longer there either. So they'll meet up with Jacoby. And first order of business, they go see Zephyr, who is the target. And we know about him from the previous books. I don't remember if we actually meet him in the previous books, in book 1, 2, and 3. But he is one, and the reason he's there is that he is somebody that I've known existed from the start. Jacoby, Cornelius, and Jacoby, Cornelius, and Zephyr were 3 of the characters of the 12 that I knew lived in the reservation. I think no, with Tristan, right? Tristan made 12, so there's now 11 of them. Those were the 4 characters I knew in the reservation. Which means I got 7 more to create. Well, actually, not 7, 6, because Jennifer gets added. Jennifer was. We meet Jennifer later on, and she was an addition that I hadn't come up with from the start. So they go see Zephyr, and if the paranoid man was a wreck before, he's even more of a wreck now. He's careful, he avoids being outside when the satellites are overhead, and he doesn't leave the community. So how did they find him? They being the CIA. Unless I'm wrong. I remember Zephyr as being someone who worked for the CIA and who was forcefully retired. While Tristan has learned a bit more about being genuinely gentle, he isn't there to be gentle. He's there to help. So he will ask about the hard detail of the attack, what was found on the bodies, and how many got away. Once it's done, I expect Benjamin is who wrote this. The outline are all written by him. So when it says it's Benjamin. I expect Emil will stay with Zephyr. Tristan will go off with Jacoby. do more planning. Alex, we're going to be with him in next chapter. One of the convention in this series is flip chapters back and forth between Tristan and Alex. So, yeah. I don't know what the attack will be like. This is, they will have been attacked by competent people. This is one of the things I'm careful to do with this series, even though some elements do go over the top, is to not have any of my antagonists be, what we like to call mustache twirling villains. They're competent. This is about my main cast outsmarting, outfighting them, but they're not dealing with idiots. So yeah, like it's, I don't know what it's going to have looked like, but it's going to have been competent. Alrighty, Alex's point of view after that. Alex is good in a fight, but until there's fighting, something he's way better at in this kind of situation. He's only kind of good at it with a laptop. And he knows there's someone here with a rig he might be able to borrow, like literally borrow, since he's not going to antagonize these people when they're here for help. On the way to that person's house, this hacker is brand new. Like, I do not know who they're going to be. On the way to that person's house, there might room to interact with some of the other residents, probably, because that's why I'm going to be, introducing some of the people. I'm not sure if which is totally on me to create. That's nice. I've already lent you Ryan and Ralph, which showed up in book 7. And I'm not sure if any of our other stable character would fit here, or do the name Henry Hunt de Demra or William Domain feel like they'd fit in this story. We had a meeting after the fact, and I'm not going to be using any of his characters here. Many of them will probably show up in the following trilogy if I write it, because I actually don't have I know I've got a concept for that, but I don't have an actual story for it. Actually, not since this is book 9, that's actually something we need to discuss at the next meeting. So figure out. Mary's, how many books have I written? I have 19 published novels. None of these books are published. This is the 9th in the series. I have a trilogy that's currently unpublished, but it is finished. Main reason is I don't have an editor. I'm out of money. I no longer have. I retired from truck driving, so I no longer have a fairly large income that I can throw at my writing. I now have to pay for the writing by the money the books make, and they don't make a lot of money. So I'm gonna have to do some pretty hard I will probably have to publish some books not edited. What's the genre of what I've published already? Okay. This specific one is action romance. It is gay action romance with some explicit sex in it. That series. Tristan is a published series that is science fiction thriller. Inheriting the Line is gay adult urban fantasy with explicit sex in it. Death by Predation is a procedural relationship story. Well, series. It's 4 books. And Demons is straight up adventure. straight up action adventure. It's a science fiction setting that tries to make you think it's fantasy for a while. Like I I play loose with the rules of what is what in this one. Um, it's a 3 book trilogy. Those 4 series are available on Amazon. Um, I mean, and you can see the scroll. You can see them in the scroll. The cover scrolls are there. Um, Bottom Rung is a new series that I've started publishing. It is fantasy. Book 1, Bottom Rung, is published. Book 2 and 3 are written, not edited. I am currently writing book 4. Probably going to finish draft 1 of book 4 this week. Um, you can't see it. Okay. Which one? Well, I mean, I can give you my author's page on Amazon. What the hell? What happened here? Uh, so, this is my author's page. The one book you won't find there is this one. So, these are my 19 books. This will get you to my 19 books. So yeah, and I guess the one I keep forgetting. I don't know why I never think of my website. I should really start with my website. But yeah, you can see all my books that way. Um, cool. All right. On the way, might interact with her. Alex will eventually reach the house, and they're lower class hackers, so expect to be paranoid in this situation like this. Okay. Part of the thing that I think we didn't consider when we agreed to that, is that there needs to be a reason for this hacker to be in this community, because this community does not let just anyone in. Uh, uh, Tucker possibly forces his way, such as doing so digitally as a proof of superiority to the other hacker. I think that I may make this hacker someone older. Um, Somebody who has committed the kind of crimes that has him marked for death. Um, Once inside, more talk to be being where is the rig and where's the coffee maker. Um, and here I may have fun and not give Alex access to coffee. Alex is Alex is to say Alex is addicted to coffee is to diminish addicts in general. Alex lives off coffee. Alex cannot, like, yeah, Alex cannot go without coffee. And it's been a battle between him and Tristan because Tristan is highly health conscious. And he's been trying to get Alex to quit coffee. And he's kind of settled on being okay with him, getting him to reduce his intake. I figure that somewhere down the road, if the story goes there, or if we revisit the characters down the line, um, we will meet an Alex who is okay having only 2 coffee every hour, kind of thing. Um, yeah, the joke I like, I've always enjoyed making with coffee is with Alex is just how much coffee cups he's got around him. Like he has a milk crate. Like when he travels, he's got a milk crate full of um, travel mugs. These kind of things, like these. And he's always filling them with coffee, and you never understand how he runs out. Like he drinks the stuff very, very much. So yeah, like my thought is that he's going to be older. Maybe like I'm kind of thinking like he's going to maybe he's going to be someone that well known. Like he's going to have a reputation, and I'm thinking that it might take a bit, but Alex will recognize him. Like Alex will understand who that is. And I'm not gonna say that he'll be someone that Alex admires, because I don't know if Alex admires anyone, but he will understand that the value that person had to the hacker community. And while one of the quote unquote concept of this world that is our world, I am not sticking to the reality of it. It's mainly to establish a sense of uh, scale. Like, this is not a superhero world. This is not a world where the impossible can happen. But what's possible has been stretched. We actually created a class of people called elites who stand at the pinnacle of what humans can be in one category, maybe two. And this is what I've realized is that among elites, Alex and Tristan's are elites, because Tristan is a master manipulator. He is a master mechanic. He is a master electrician. When I first created Tristan, he was a master at everything. And my editor, who, while did not edit the book, read the first few books, kind of went, yeah, he does way too much. Like he is, a Gary Stu, to put all Gary Stu to shame. And he's not entirely wrong. So I downgraded him. Basically, what I did is I gave him a very hands-on skill set. If it's about making something or tearing it apart, Tristan is a master at it. He is, like, as I said, he's a master mechanic. He's a master electrician. He can make bombs. He can blow stuff up. He is okay when it comes to computers, when it comes to electronics. Sort of the joke within them is that Alex is the modern guy, Tristan is the Neanderthal. Like Tristan is old technology. Alex is very high tech. Alex is a hacker. Alex is a bill is a computer builder. Like Alex is really really good. Mechanical, basically, yeah, mechanical guy versus electronics. Um, Tristan's skill set is in the mechanical, and the people. Alex has no manipulation skill whatsoever. Alex is very direct, while Tristan can charm anyone. But yeah, so but yeah, so basically when it comes to cars and stuff like that, but because of all that, I realized that these two are, elites among elites. We have encountered a few more elites within the stories. Ryan and Ralph are two of them. Uh, but the term elites has never showed up. This is not something the character. This is not something Alex and Tristan knows. Ryan and Ralph know about them mainly because they are the result of experiment done to create elites. But the terminology doesn't show up. I don't actually expect the terminology to show up until the last trilogy in the series, because that trilogy will put Tristan and Alex directly against an organization that makes that. When am I going to finish this specific book? Well, it is 16 chapters long. This is a secondary project, so I only write one chapter a week on it. So 16 weeks divided by 4, about 4 months. Um, I don't, like I said, this is a secondary project. It's not even published anywhere. My main project get 3 chapters a week. I have 2 main projects and 2 secondary projects. Alrighty, we will have an advertising, the Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Oh, damn it, I forgot to fix that. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 41 allies. We're going up against 44 enemies. And we are off. Where's my cursor? Mavin is in first place. Katakak is in second. Astromage is in third. And, wow, already done. Mavin Maverick is in first place. 9 kill, 15 assists. Katakrak is in second place. 7 kills, 6 assists. Astromage is in third. 11 kill, 2 assists. We have gold, and Dr. Derp has left. We've got monks, we've got bombers, we've got nobody claiming those. So, Owletka gets bombed, Chamas gets monked, and Katakrak gets gold. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to tomorrow's token chest. Alrighty, another flying rogue for me. And we are gonna protect that. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Do I edit by myself? I not. all the books that have previously been published have been edited by a professional editor. As I mentioned earlier, I'm out of money. So going forward, I will probably have to settle for editing them myself because I can't afford my editor. Um, it is putting me in a very, very weird position because I do not want to do that. I am my standards are a little high, so I am very uncomfortable with the thought of publishing a book that has not been fully edited. The main issue is that if I wait to have the money to edit books, I may not be publishing anything for quite a while. All right, so yeah. All right, so chapter 3 brings us back to Tristan. So Tristan is taking the people in charge, talking with the people in charge, which is Jacoby and everybody there with an ego so large they feel they shouldn't be left out of this conversation, which, well, not including everyone, includes some loud people. This is a place where I'll be introducing more of the character. Did I publish it myself? Yes, I am self-published. The question of the day is how to resolve the mess. Turning over Zephyr is off the table. Although this is the thing, it will be floated because these people, again, like these people are psychopathic. These are not good people. These are people who are very much, you know what? If it's gonna serve me, pretty much anything can. I'm willing to do anything. So, you know, they're held together by Jacoby, who is, like I said, he's the law there. Like he's the one. He is the person in charge, even though others may think otherwise. So yeah, it will be mentioned. Some people will mention turning Zephyr over. It will be turned down. It's unclear if he broke the rule, and this is the thing. Like, the only reason someone would be forced to leave is if they break the rules. This is kind of how Tristan gets kicked out. Is that one of Jacoby's big rules is you do not bring your bullshit to the reservation. And this is what happened, is that a lot of the trouble that Tristan got himself into starting with book 1 followed him to the reservation, even though he tried to not allow that to happen. And eventually he dealt with it, but eventually you know what, enough is enough. Yeah, you're gone. But in this case, like, Zephyr never leaves. So, did he break rules? Like, how did this happen? Like, did he do something? Like, is this him bringing the bullshit to the reservation, or is this something else? And until Jacoby knows, he will not allow Zephyr to be kicked out. Do I market my book for getting attention? I suck at marketing. I don't like it. Marketing is one of those things that I despise, both being on the receiving end of it and being the one doing it. Every week, I have an advert going up on Blue Sky, and that's because actually no. Yes, it does. It's on Blue Sky. Yeah, that's because I've got a third-party app that lets me automate that stuff. If I cannot automate something, the odds are I'll never touch it. Especially when it comes to marketing. So I do not do the kind of marketing I probably should, but I'm not. Again, like I despise marketing. I've been told, I despise it, and some of the tool of marketing I don't see the point. Like, I've been told, well, have a mailing list. And what am I supposed to do with a mailing list? You know, advertise my book? Well, that's marketing. Who's going to stay on a mailing list like that? Talk about your life. I got nothing to talk about. Talk about your books. I got nothing to talk about. This is the thing, is that, like, I'm not a performer. I'm not someone who can step on stage and go, look at me. I'm a writer. That is the extent of what I do. You know, bring me in a conversation about writing and I will participate. Put me in front of a crowd of people and tell me to talk to them. I got nothing to say. Like, who am I to think anyone wants to hear me just blab about? So, yeah, no, I'm not. I almost certainly do not do the marketing I should, and I probably never will. Like, that's not something I enjoy doing. Like, the day I can have enough money, getting someone to do marketing for me is definitely on my agenda. But that takes money, and I don't have money. So, yeah. Once I'm able to afford my editor regularly, then the next step would be to get somebody to do marketing. Yeah, well, yeah, but needing a hand for something means I got to pay them, and I don't have money to pay anyone. So, alrighty, so the first clue says Jacoby isn't throwing them out. Also, possibly non-solution, since now that the CIA knows about them, they might not let them be at all, and that is a point. If the CIA knows about the reservation, they may have figured out who's on it, and most of them are wanted. So, which is where we bring Tristan. A lot of people here thinks he's here to do the old Mr. Fix-It routine, result of suspicion, killing people in the CIA, burning the records. Only very unrealistic people would voice that opinion, but still stand that this isn't a charity, and payment in some form is negotiated. It's fine with, though, he'll ask if it's possible for them to just leave. And that's the thing with Tristan. Yeah, this for the future, which whenever that will be. This is the thing about Tristan. Tristan is very practical. And, one of his first solution to the problem is leave. Vanish, reestablish somewhere else. And if that doesn't work, which it won't, and as mentioned here, because of people like Jacoby is in his 80s at this point. Like, he is very, very spry for an 80 years old. But he is 80. Cornelius is probably in her late 60s, but she has a limp, which Tristan gave her. So, yeah, being mobile, being on the run is not exactly something they can do. Who designed my book covers or graphics? Every cover except bottom rung was done by two artists, Nomax and Roy's. I should really. Let's see if I can find them. Alright, so there's Nomax. And there's Roy's. That was a little easier than I expected. These are two primary. I don't have a link at this time for the artist who did the cover for Bottom Rung. Uh, all right. So, and this will basically be that they can't leave. This will probably devolve a little chaotic with you know Jacoby having to bring order back. Um, might I might figure out, and this is where I might have Jacoby be a little more centered, front and center in this story because this is his reservation. So yeah, we might be able to see a bit more of Jacoby. Be one time when the debate negotiators become shouting that Alex burst into the scene. Larger than he was expecting. He'll say that Jacoby and Tristan need to come with him. Right now, they have complications. So the group, no matter how large it is, will make their way to the hacker's house. Hacker might be in some sort of panic mode at the moment and need to have some sense slapped into him by Alex, Tristan, or even Jacoby. Maybe he's cool and collected. Depends on how I design a character. This is the thing. Characters aren't. Very few characters in my stories are designed before they show up on the page. Cool. Very cool. So like I said, like I've said that I might make the hacker something, but until I start writing the hacker, I'm not. I don't know. I'm not. I don't know his personality. Um, I don't even know if he's a guy. I tend to default to making everyone in my story guys, so I have to make a conscious effort to change that. Like, every so often I'll go, okay, I've just met 20 guys in a row. How about I put a woman here? And I will sometimes arbitrarily change new characters to women just so that I don't have only guys in my stories. Um, my co-scripter, Benjamin, likes to describe my stories as sausage fest because there's a lot of guys in them. Da, 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 da. Turns out that some justified reason to panic in a controlled manner because the CIA isn't prepping another team to come after them. They're prepping a small army. 2 bases worth of troop. Well, I cannot answer that because I haven't seen anything that you've done. Uh, Send me the link in private. Send me the link to your portfolio. I will take a look at it, and if I find that what you do fits what I need, I will definitely consider it. Price will also matter, but yeah, yeah. Send me the link to your portfolio, and we will go from there. But I have no idea when I'll need another cover. Da, 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 da. Sure, I'm the Tiger Rights there. It was difficult to find, but they needed cover to secretly move this many troops out of sight of the public. Basically, left a huge hole. A pair of them could poke until they found something that was overlooked. This will create a lot of talk, and obviously, the question of running should be raised again. People are doing less of it now. Government think they know what they're dealing with, and sending in more men. Well, they're going to show them they have no clue what they're dealing with. As I stated before, Tristan will not diplomatically wait to have the conversation with Alex if they're leaving or not until they're in private. So they have it now. People have opinion, but they were kicked out of the community and came here to help. So they'll go and leave if they want. Ultimately, choice is out of their hand. The resolution is now being heavily monitored. If they left now, chances are they'll be hounded like dogs. So yeah, part of that. This will now be, the complication here will now be to justify how I'm locking them in there, because when this was written, they came by road in the van. I'm changing that, and this is the impact. This is how small changes can impact the story in fairly big ways, because they came in on foot, which means that I now have to explain why they're not leaving on foot. I have thoughts, like, I kind of figured that one thing they'll figure out from the hacking and the research is that there is now a perimeter around the area, not at the border of the reservation, but around. And with today's technology, leaving completely unnoticed is difficult, and they have a kid to think about because Emile is there with them. And if it was only the two of them, they might just walk away. They might risk it, but Emile is still not on the government's radar. The thing is, those two are wanted by the government right now, so pissing them off doesn't bother them that much. But Emile, like, they want to protect him. So yeah, So yeah, they're gonna have to stay there and deal with this. So we got Tristan's point of view. Have said their piece, so they head over to Zephyr to let him and Emil know the good news. Things are going to be hectic with prep and combat coming. Might be the last time any of them have a good meal, get some sleep. While Tristan might break harshly to Zephyr, he may as well be invited to the family dinner since they'll be using his dining room. Awkward, also kind of par for the course with how blunt Tristan is. Something I need to keep in mind is that Tristan will have brought some of his own food since he doesn't expect anybody there to carry pemmican. With those pleasantries settled, Emil is likely sleep indoors with Zephyr, while Lix and Tristan will go outside under the stars after some talk what's coming in the very near future. They'll give the audience the sex scene of the book, probably the only one, and that is something in this series has explicit sex in it. This one is going to be very lean on sex because it's going to be very active. A lot takes place over a very short period of time in this book. So I will try to slip in to see where I can fit at least another one, because I like to have at least 2 sex scenes in this series, but it may not happen at all. So this is the one I'm going to have to make. Cool. While I'm at work, Blue Sky is turned off, so I'll look at that later. Next morning is prep time. We're in Alex's point of view, so there might be breakfast, but then he's out, set up all the security, and get rigged up to what is going to be Central Defense Hub. Going to take him a long walk about the entire reservation, so if I need to destroy anyone else's personality, now will be the time. Particularly those who are going to die early in the next 4 chapters. Alex isn't Tristan. He's then going to spot signs of the explosive potential and mentally scream out to the audience, but if I want him to see something, so the audience can go, aha, now wouldn't be a wrong time for it. And with his footwork all checked out, there's the matter of unloading the van. Yeah, that's going to change, which Emil has been doing since he kept the interaction with all the several folks to a minimum. There are lots of weapons in the van. Yeah, I'm going to have to provide them with the weapons in a different way, but that's not difficult. This is the reservation. Uh, Quite a few people in there would qualify as preppers. So an arsenal will be easy to establish. Convincing these people to part with them, that's where the fun might be. Fighting is on. We're in Tristan's point of view, so he was very likely in the front line, setting stuff up since he is never prepared enough, but that's okay. He's also never unarmed. Show these rifle boys that Real Bullet thinks of their protective head covering. Tristan uses a Desert Eagle, or at this point in the story, what he refers to as is analog Desert Eagle, because it's not an original. It's a version of the Desert Eagle that Ralph built, and Ralph is a better builder than Tristan is. So the gun is slightly lighter, is better designed, so the bullets have better power when they leave the barrel. Like it is his favorite guns. Alex doesn't care. Although Alex uses a 9mm, his gun of not exactly his gun of choice, but the one he relies on is an APX, a Beretta APX, and Tristan is kind of amused because it's a 9mm, and in Tristan's mind, a 9mm is kind of worthless. He's got a 50 cal. That's his Desert Eagle 50 cal. Soldiers are streaming in. It's time for him to pull back the proper defensive line. Combat a mile a minute, during which we'll observe several more independent resident blowing troops up indiscriminately out of the water. No death on their part yet. That's for next chapter. Tristan will reach the agreed upon battle lines and has no problem lining up some shots now that he's no longer doing tactical retreat. How long the chapter should last, you leave to me. It's really a question of when to switch to access point rather than proper shoe drop. Yeah. 2,000 words tends to be what I like for chapter. Although if chapters are short, I don't care. When I do a second draft, there's always about 10% addition in Word. I'm a minimalist writer, so my first drafts tend to be very lean, and I add stuff in the second draft, mainly because, stuff like personality for background characters and location doesn't exist in draft one. They're there. Something needs to happen. They're there to make it happen, and I don't care about the rest. That's what I focus on. And in second draft, now that I know what happens, how it happens, I can focus on the characters, giving them some level of personality so that they can, not just have a reason for what they're doing. Alex is not one for range combat. Well, I mean, he is, but he's not an expert at it. Like he's a decent gun user, but you give him a knife, and he's deadly with it. The problem is that he doesn't. Once he has a knife in hand, he can't see friend from foe. Basically, knives sing to him, and once he lets the music take over, he can't control it. And he's only encountered one person who can disrupt the music, and that's Tristan. And even Emil, although Emil could avoid him. Like Emil is Emil's eliteness is that he can turn anything into a weapon. And with him, it's kind of the fun that I have. What can I use? What can I give him to fight with? His favorite weapon is a wrecking bar that's about 4 feet tall. It's actually it was made by it belonged to Ralph until Ralph gave it to him. But Emil, like that's his favorite weapon, which he doesn't have here because it's in the van. But yeah, so but um, Alex has not used a knife with Emil around at this point. I mean, I don't see a reason for that to happen. Uh, Come on. And you know, well, it's established. Tristan is trying, is trying to train Alex, trying to convince Alex that it's all in his head. That what he has is a very advanced combat skill, innate combat knowledge and stuff like that. Like it's very instinctive, and that it's under his control. That he's the one controlling the music and not the reverse. But Alex doesn't see it. So, um, he kind of like him. Maybe he wouldn't kill Jacoby since, while he kicked Tristan out, he did kind of like him once before and has recently shown himself to stand by his principle, even if it's inflexibly so. Alex doesn't trust himself when he's lost in a song. Yeah, yeah. I think he was able to bring the song to an end once in the series at this point. He's using his gun, probably a good sniper rifle he can use within the crowd a bit without being tempted by knives. That will certainly give him a good view of the action, including how some of the people who choose to stand alone on their own homestead rather than with the group are being taken down. Does he care? Nope. The fact the only one who really cares there is Emil, so he'll be discreetly informing Jacoby Tristan about the escalating situation. Losing people is bad, after all, since it means the army isn't being distracted by them anymore. Bare bone of the chapter, real meat should be not entirely sure. Yeah, yeah. This book was something of an issue we had because battles are not my strength. I'm my strength is character interaction, pitting characters face to face one another. If I have two characters face to face fighting, I can do stuff because I can have them talk. I can have stuff happen. This kind of battle is a little, yeah. This is going to be interesting to write, and I don't know what it's going to look like. There will be a brief lull in the fighting, and the assorted frightened fighters all take a moment to breathe, patch up, and reload. Interesting point of view, so his only concern is Emil, Alex, and himself. A good time to check in on them. Just when there's some thought to if they should go on the offensive or not, they'll be assaulted by some infiltrators behind what should be the front line, just a moment before the front lines are assaulted again. Fighting all around. That is the big thing. Fighting elites in their midst at the same time as fighting soldiers firing at them. Okay, all right. So we're bringing more elites. So I'm going to have to remember that um, when I have the fighting happen. Because elites in the military would be based around fighting. So they'll be really good. Fighting will finish, and we have one elite who was captured alive, so we can interrogate them in chapter 11. Whether to show them being captured in this chapter or next, as a matter of pacing. As in the last paragraph of the last chapter, the choice have to be made if fighting should be entirely that chapter or carry on to this one. Either way, doesn't change the fact that at least one CIA elite is taken captive, but will be interrogated in Tristan's point of view. Alex, meanwhile, is hitting the sensor grid to figure out why they aren't even hitting them harder at the moment. Alrighty. We will have an advertising, Stream Murder Battle, and I will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 43 allies. We're going up against 74 enemies. And we are off. Cuddles is in first place. Catacrack takes that over. Cuddles is in second. Sigma's in third. Let's see. Catacrack is in first place. Neon Hollow's in second. Sigma is in third. And numbers are dropping. I don't think we're going to be needed. We're in the center there just waiting to do something. And yeah, we're done. We've won. Catacrack is in first place. 38 kills, 38 assists, earning themselves top position in both categories. Neon Hollow is in second place. 2 kills, 34 assists. And Sigma OS is in third. 4 assists. Holy cow. We have gold and no Dr. Derp. We've got a paladin that no one is currently claiming. So, Sigma OS gets gold. Klinktastic gets a pal. And I get scrolls, and then we move on to a very hard battle on the way to tomorrow's token chest. Alrighty. You know what? Let's start here. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. That's a good. Which, in case of escalating confusion, ends up with him checking deeper and deeper, even heading back to the hacking array to see if he can get into their system. Local hacker is already done there. It's time for Alex to show him that Crimson is actually capable of doing. So that, after likely a scene skip, spare me describing the actual hacking. I'm not a hacker. I know very little about hacking. What I do know is that movies and TV don't show it properly. And yeah, I don't describe the hacking itself. I will have Alex narrating. This is for these books are in first person, and Alex is a little off kilter. Alex is not entirely sane, and so he'll talk through, he'll narrate through stuff he's done, but I don't bother. Yeah. So we find out that the army has stopped attacking because the CIA has been visited by the FBI. They are upset that U.S. armed forces have been secretly mobilized on U.S. soil by the branch of the alphabet soup that's supposed to be operating off U.S. soil. Possibly, though, they only found out when they got there. I think that base might have hackable cameras, but they are smart enough not to have microphones or have those cameras pointed at any of the monitors. It's like they knew they were going to get hacked. Can't be a fly on the wall, figure things out that way. So what he can do is some logical deduction of what should have attracted the FBI, and sure enough, it's the government's facial recognition software being tripped on the search result for Alex and Tristan. Running away wasn't already an option, it just became less so. All right. While Alex and the hacker do their work, Tristan and those of a control brutality will be interrogating the CIA elite. Um, he is an elite, so getting him to talk will be difficult, but so is Tristan and several of the resident. Um, Aside from the fact that Jessica, I think this is a case of Benjamin not getting. I'm pretty sure her name is Jennifer, but meh. CBS, I'm not going to say much of the actual act of torture. Cornelius is definitely going to be there. Um, get the story out of him. Find out that while they want Zephyr out of principle, what they really want is some of the documents he stole when he left the bureau. Which, yeah, Zephyr said nothing about that, and for good reason, because he knows nothing about it. And it's believable when he says so, since if he had some information, he would have a copy stored someplace other than here, with arrangement to have it released in the event of his death. Tristan believes this, since that's what he would do, so the question is left hanging is what's really going on. Near the end, we can have Alex show up to deliver his news, and near the beginning of the next chapter. Having him show up and then having the actual explanation happen in the transition, so we don't have to over-explain, yeah, if stuff, if in the hacking here I actually reveal that the FBI knows about Alex and Tristan and all that, I'm going to, arrange it, so that it doesn't have to be on the page. What I may do, depending on how I work this out, is have Alex reach that conclusion off page and have him explain it on the page here when he tells Tristan. Things are bad. People are doing all the documentation they don't even have, which is a real problem, since if they do escape, any of them might be hunted in an effort to find such documentation. And could things get worse? Well, yeah. Where is Emil? He was alive when the fighting stopped, so where is he? Electrician, maybe one of more empathic residents will go search for him. And here, I would probably have that person be Cornelius. Because Cornelius has met Emil. Um, she's one of the few people, and actually Jennifer. He's met Jennifer too. Although not very much. They find Emil with Jessica unrestrained and the CIA operative dead, and Emil says he caught her just negotiating with him. Just tries to play smooth, but this is Tristan and Alex. Neither of them are going to fall for a feminine whilst, yeah, and they trust Emil explicitly. It's on a question of if it was opportunistic or if she planned this from the start. Under this circumstance, she can only deny so much, so yeah. She stole the documents from the CIA and framed Zephyr for it. Do they want that? Do they want that so that maybe they can get out of all this mess? Because if she can take it to them, meanwhile, meaning yes, it's on the reservation. Neither Alex or Tristan are stupid, but they also don't have a lot of options. They need knives, guns, and there isn't a shortage of those. They go to Jessica's hiding spot. Things are probably still on hold due to the FBI shouting at people, but they have to act quickly. Throw in some red herring in Tristan's planning state of mind. How evidence could be used by the guys while Tristan, Alex, and Emil slipped away from the FBI. Throw in some worry that Emil was spotted and that this will blow his ability to cover for them, jeopardize his future. In any case, they reach the spot. Jessica can stall for a bit. Everyone there waits for the obvious trap and are impressed by how many CIA elites Jessica managed to spring on them. They were just living here in the entire time, waiting for this moment. Fighting ensues. Actual combat isn't a concern for the outline. What's more concern is whether we get a monologue for just about how much behind all of this Jessica was, if it instead gets revealed afterwards. I'm not a fan of monologues, mainly because I don't think they're credible. Well, I don't think it's. I mean, it depends on very specific people. I don't know if Jessica, well, and I don't know that the kind of people who are successful in the industry these people were in would be the monologuing kind. Guys win because with bringing this power, they have the I'm sick of this shit, just want this to be over for them. So once all the relevant people are turned into corpses, they search for the document, and they've been destroyed, either in the fighting or because Jessica sucked at long-term document storage. What do they do now? I do not remember if I had a thought on that. If I have to make a decision right now, I would say it was planned. Um, oh no, not planned. That would be in the structure because again, like Jessica was a good spy, like good enough that she crossed the wrong people and had to exit. Um, so yeah, and being competent spy means to know how to hide stuff. So I think that would make sense for this to be destroyed in the fight. Everyone regroups. Well, things are even more in shit than before. CIA lost their insider, which, while a moral boast also means they'll just keep hitting harder and harder. They have two options. Kill everyone, not just everyone in this attack, but every single person in the CIA, FBI, possibly the army itself. And then effectively rule the USA from the within as puppet dictators. It's said mostly in hyperbole, for a laugh. But, and yeah, okay, this is Alex, so yeah. But it's something some people are willing to at least attempt in order to say they did all they could if there's a life after death. Two, they could just die. It's actually a second opinion that's the most appealing at the moment, not like actual dying, but faking their own death. Plenty of explosives, some already strewn over the place, just waiting to go off. Matter of setting them all off at once and not dying in the blast by some means. I may stump a few people, but at least one resident as an option for that. And confession to Jacoby that they may have kind of sort of bend the rules. They'll see. They'll see in a moment. This is an Alex point of view, but it'll just be as good as laying explosive as anyone else for something like this. So they'll get that done. The army is coming, run to the shelter and set things off at the same time as they close the door behind them. After that, boom. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to do that. Like there's literally a thought in my mind of having chapter 15 just go boom. And days later, the group comes out in sunlight, but not anywhere near the crater that was the old reservation. That is still being picked apart by the CIA and FBI people, but chances are shouldn't be any evidence that they survived. After all, we would expect a tunnel leading several miles out of the reservation to have been built by hand. Sarkoby certainly didn't expect it. Even if it was their saving grace, he still has some word with the resident who dug it. Okay, they are out of there and as free as any of them would have ever expected to be. So even most elderly there kept at least 3/4 of their health. They're well digital and untraceable, so it's only a property that they're missing. That includes the van. Well, actually, this is where it can pay off because the van will still be around. And the thing is that it's big enough that they can bring the people who are left will fit in there, not for an extended period of time, but question is, where are they going? They're considerably mobile, but most of the people have been sedentary for years, and some of them should be old enough not to want to be on the run, even for nostalgia. Part of the thing is, being on the run would not really work. I think what I would do here instead of on the run is not have, they would not be interested in recreating identities. They've they're old. They're too old for that. Suppose if an email comes up with the idea of a little abandoned town that they had a car chase through over months ago. Nice, it's isolated, no one would suspect them. And if our Tristan does include email includes him and his dad in that group. And well, Tristan isn't sure about that yet. But if they do need to lead them there, so they aren't on the run from the FBI, would be nice to pick up the Chevelle from the storage, if only to rub it in Jacoby's face, onto Lost Hope. And the running gag through the other stories, the following, is that no one will call it Lost Hope. Everybody will refer to this town as Last Hope. Tristan is the only one who will insist on using its proper name. It is Lost Hope. But yeah, so that is the book. So yeah, it'll be, and yeah, like I want a trilogy set in Lost Hope. The problem I have is I don't know what kind of story to tell there. I have ideas for one, for the opening one, but beyond that, I don't know. And if I can pull that off, then the trilogy after that would revolve around Alex rescuing his grandparents, or adoptive grandparents, which, amusingly enough, the scene that would take off the entire story is the reason that this series exists. Way back when. Of all the books I've read, I can count on one hand the number of books that I shot partway through and threw away and never looked at again. I'm very, very tolerant of writing, and even bad writing. But I've discovered over time that there's a handful of things that I will not stand for. One is terminology. People who abuse other people and it doesn't get addressed. I came across it twice, and both books were closed, shut away, and never looked at again. I don't even remember the titles, but basically the main characters in most of these two books were kind of similar. Very womanizing in very insulting ways, full of themselves, treated everybody like shit, and nobody called them out on it. Like everybody acted like this was normal. Yeah, I don't admit. Yeah. And the other thing that I can't stand, I discovered, is characters changing personality because the plot dictates that. And the story in question, like I don't know the title, but basically, having read about a third of the book, because that's about how long it took for it to do a flip and piss me off. Basically, it feels like somebody read the Dresden Files series, or a few of those books, and basically went, okay, I'm going to create the opposite of Dresden. So their wizard is rich, influential, very, very, and has absolutely no respect for authority. Like, the author takes at least one full chapter where the main character takes, literally pisses off a demigod just for the sake of tipping a cow over, because the demigod in question is a minotaur. Tipping a cow over, then he comes across, and time after time after time, he makes sure that we know that he has no respect for authority and that he doesn't like his family, that he's and that kind of stuff. And then he finds out that his parents are missing. And the lawyers bring him to the family home and they literally tell him, they've put you in charge of the company. If you do not take charge, they will liquidate and, nobody, they fire everyone. Nobody will, anything like that. And the guy goes, okay, well, I guess I'm going to take over. I'm going to run the company. If you establish your character despises authority that much, no, he would not do that. And I got that image in my mind. Okay, I went, okay, what would I do? What would my version of that is? Well, clearly, my version would be, you would give the finger and go, no, no, fine. Have these people be fired. And, I kind of went, in my head, I went, okay, well, that would feels like an Alex kind of thing. And, but that would be on Earth because Alex is from a science fiction series. This is an alternate universe fan fiction of one of my own stories, my own series. And, I went, okay, so what would that, and literally this one scene, which would take place in book 10, 11, 9, this is 9, 10, 11, 12, in book 13 is my version, my well done version of that. And I had to write an entire series to get there. So, yeah. I'm very much of an angry writer at times. Many of my stories came about either asking myself, how would I do this? The entire Tristan series came about that way. Tristan exists because I went, what would my version of Riddick be like? Dungeon Runner is my angry response to Dungeon Core. Although it is not Dungeon Core itself. I cannot pull off Dungeon Core. I've come to realize that lit RPG is not my my genre. It's not something I can pull off. The odds are good that once I'm done with the world, which is, I may walk away from lit RPG completely. I don't want to because I've got other stories I'd like to tell in that world. But dealing with system and stuff like that, I've already toned down the lit RPG element of the story a lot. And yeah, we'll see. Oh, that's interesting. I do not get the follow notifications. Well, thank you for the follow, Marys. So yeah, I mean, I don't want to end things too early. So if anybody's got questions and all that, now would be the time. Because officially, officially I am at work for another hour and a half. Well, for another solid hour. Since usually a lot of time the 3:15 is when the Stream Raider battle ends. Huh. Not sure why that's there. Yeah, let me back. Oh, right. There's something I want to check. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 41 allies. We're going up against 54 enemies. And we are off. Katakrak is in first place. Sigma's in second. Sarah was in third. Neon takes that over. Katakrak is in first place. Sigma's in second. Neon is in third. Sarah is in third. Sarah's in second. Sigma's in third. Neon jumps to second place. Sigma takes over second place. Neon's in third. I'm killing a bunch of bishops. And we're about to finish this. We're done. We've won! Alrighty, Katakrak is in first place, 6 kill, 10 assist. Neon Hollow is in second place, 1 kill, 9 assist. And Astromage is in third, 9 kill, 1 assist. We've got gold and no Dr. Derp. We have fairies. Do we have a Decanizer? No, we do not. So, everything's up for grabs. Alright, so before I continue, is there anybody in the chat? Like, am I alone who's conscious? Or is there people willing to chat and all that? Because, you know, if I'm considering ending the stream early, if everyone's busy with something else, because my writing related stuff is done. And if I'm going to be ending this, I am not starting another battle. And while you guys think about that, I will go over to the shop where I'll buy Flying Rogues. I'm above 20k. I got a refresh. I'm above 25. I got another refresh. And that is that. Alright, so I will bring the stream, the battling to an end. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time placement will start for a very hard battle. We will have Token, the boss, and whatever the next map brings. So I hope to see you then. And with my writing done, or today, my writing related stuff done, I will bring the stream to an end with a raid to Game of Tome. So, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon on The Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it returns.